for him and to just remember all of his great accomplishments. He's in the Hall of Fame now, and he won two more derbies than your dad did.
But who's
counting?
Who's counting? Very fitting on this important week of thoroughbred racing. The Isaac Murphy in his honor as his legacy continues. The field, older horses, long distance, mile and a half on dirt, $175,000 purse, scratch number 4, Scarlet Fusion. Number 7 next, 8 to 5, morning line favorite. This was his last race, Breeders' Cup weekend, Keeneland, 6 months ago, Andy. Next, running up the score in the Grade 2 Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance at Keeneland.
Yeah, for some reason they decided that even though he was about the 4th fastest horse in the race, they were going to allow him to waltz around the racetrack, and waltz around the track he did.
Not a good idea.
And dominated. Now, there's less speed in this race, so he's probably going to look to lead this field on a merry chase again. And unless Warrant wants to go on a mission, he could be tough to beat in here. But there are other horses near. Obviously, Lone Rock's good. I'm hoping I can get the morning line at 12 to 1 and Calibrate after the race he ran last time.
Next, trained by Doug Counts, told the Daily Racing Form, quote, "I've never had a marathon runner like this." About the layoff, Counts said, I hope he's ready. We're very excited about him, Andy. Lone Rock, the 2-time winner. Where would you say he is right now compared to where Lone Rock was last year at this time?
I think he's really taken a step back. I mean, obviously, he was so terrific winning the Brooklyn here 2 years ago on Belmont Stakes Day, and he's just not as good as he was. Now, if you want to be optimistic, he's second off the layoff. Maybe takes another step forward. But to me, he just sort of tailed off a little bit. He's an incredibly admirable horse. I just don't think he has that same oomph that he once had. And I think horses like, obviously, Next, but I also think Calibrate, who showed a new dimension going long, a completely different horse, they're just more likely winners.
Trying to spring the upset, Calibrate. That is the Isaac Murphy, race 8, around 4:18 Eastern. As we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale, Paul LaDuca standing by live at Churchill Downs. Guys, we said 2 stakes races this afternoon that couldn't be any more different. The marathon in the Isaac Murphy, and then the turf sprint for 3-year-old fillies in the Mamzelle.
Yeah, an overnight stakes, Lafitte, in which it draw 2 graded stakes winners, Paul, but they're double-digit odds on the line. Favoritism would go to the duo for Wesley Ward, including 2 to 1 on number 4, Lady Hollywood. She is one of 4 that comes out of the Limestone Stakes in here. She ran well for only her 2nd start in the country, though I found some others interesting as well. I mean, couldn't Lady Apple improve? Yeah. Couldn't the George Weaver horse as well improve in here too? My Sweet Affair?
Yeah, listen, when you get to these kind of races, everybody's going to gravitate towards Wesley. And, you know, for good reason. Both of these fillies got a good shot. Shoot Out the Lights ran tremendous in her first start. Cut out unbelievable fractions, sub-21 fractions. And Lady Hollywood's the most experienced. But you're right. George Weaver, I think, has got a very good charge. The outside horse, American Apple.
American Apple, sorry.
It seems like she runs in spots when you least expect it, but she can pop up and she can be very, very tough at times.
Including upsetting our Grade 3 matron, and I don't even think she necessarily disgraced herself against the boys in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. So an interesting field, but Wesley's going to try his hand as well with a last time out maiden breaker in her debut. That Shoot Out the Lights. She looks to be the speed of the speed. His two do complement each other, with Lady Hollywood having more of a stalking style.
Yeah, and this is what you're used to seeing out of Wesley Ward's 2-year-olds. First of all, they're rocket ships out of the gate, but then when they win like this in sub-21 fashion and keep on going, stop the clock pretty good in 55-3, not really getting urged. You know, a daughter of City of Light that I would think, you know, the extra effort is not going to bother this filly at all. So she's probably going to be the one to beat, or at least on the tote board that I think the public's favorite.
Yeah, and so many horsemen say it is so tough, Lafitte, to win going that 5/8 distance at Gulfstream Park. You have to be ultra fast, and that's what Shoot Out the Lights is, as she takes on Stakes Company in her 2nd start in this Mamzelle.
Maggie, thanks so much. All part of Champions Day today at Churchill Downs. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. We're moments away from race 1 at Churchill. The rundown: Isaac Murphy, it's the 8th. Mamzelle, the 9th. Also live coverage from Horseshoe Indy. You'll see the first 6 races. Early Pick 5 starts in the opener. Another friendly nudge, in case you haven't signed up. Experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Join now. Get a $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members can earn up to a $200 Deposit match with promo code Derby25. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up NYRABets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Live racing returns to Belmont Park tomorrow afternoon. Live racing just around the corner. Churchill Downs. They're on the track for the opener. $40,000 allowance optional claimer. Derby distance of 1.25 miles. Older horses. Scratch number 3. Code Runner. Let's kick off this post parade with Current. A while since he's been competitive. Chris Amy to ride, currently 11-1.
Just seems like a better horse on the turf, and while he has actually run okay on the dirt before, he's a bit of a stretch in here.
Number 2, locally owned, trained by Tom Morley. Good luck, Maggie.
Yeah, it's nice that they're running one of her favorite horses,
Right.
Churchill, while she's going to be there. And he came to life last time with a perfect trip. We'll see. He is the horse to beat at 6-5.
A ledge over his last 12 months for races. He's won them all. Number 5, Silver Dust, now a 9-year-old. Last win, the 2021 Ben Ally at Keeneland.
And he did run respectively when he tried 1.5 miles back at Churchill and back in November. So that's a feather in his cap, more so than a ledge. Who did win the Arc many years ago?
Many years ago, not the same horse.
D, it was alleged.
That different horse. Kiss a Lot, 16 stakes races, Friday and Saturday, Andy. Arad Ortiz riding in 15 of them.
Yeah, and he's a horse that's a major question mark going the distance. He seems to be a little better, maybe going shorter, but that's the thing, I think, the real advantage, not just in talent to locally owned, but you know he's going to be comfortable with the distance. And as you start going beyond 9 furlongs, distance becomes a big question. Obviously, that's a conversation that's going to be held quite a bit as we head towards the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, this was his latest locally owned. Late March, Aqueduct. This is 1 3/8. Andy, locally owned, just grinding and wearing them all down late.
Yeah, he got a sensational ride in here by Jamie Torres, sitting on the inside. Good skate, just couldn't quite get the distance. Tonal impact, he's the grinding type, and maybe even the 1 3/8 just didn't really help him. Maybe 1 mile to 1 1/8 is better for him. The thing that I liked about his last race was he showed at least the competitive spirit to win a race. So I think one of the biggest knocks on him in his prior races, he just didn't quite have that same oomph he had when he's run his best races. He's a very, very cool horse. And listen, we're going to root for the house horse here.
Tom Morley train?
Yeah.
Locally owned?
And
absolutely.
He's one of Maggie's favorites, too. So we can't sit. The last thing I'm going to do is pick against my friend Maggie Wolfendale in this race.
And as we look at the horse that shocked the world last year, Rich Strike, last year's Kentucky Derby winner at 80-1, second biggest upset in Derby history. As we get closer to post time for the opener on the Wednesday program, we check in with Maggie and Paul.
Yeah, Ali Sheba coming up next for last year's Kentucky Derby winner. But as Andy said, it's been well documented that locally owned is one of my favorites, Paul. So I'm totally biased. I'm going to abstain from talking about it.
Yeah, and, listen, I was fortunate enough to be at Oaklawn when you were at Oaklawn, and your husband Tom was there for his birthday. And, and I got to pick Tom's brain about locally owned, and he was, thinking about going to the race at Oaklawn, knowing that this horse wants 1.25 miles. He wants even 1.5 miles, 1 3/4 miles, which I think is very, very key. I mean, speaking from the trainer's mouth, they didn't even have to ask you that he really feels that locally owned wants to keep on going further and further. And when I look at this race, I look at that last race and I'm like, okay, this horse is now finally starting to hit his stride. He gets Julian Leperoux, which I think one of the best longer race riders that we have around, and I think that he'll produce your own horse here locally owned. And to me, he's the fastest horse on sheets in here too as well. So I think he's the one to beat by far.
I'm just hoping Julian can recreate the same ride that Jamie Torres gave him last time, as Andy was mentioning. But number 4, a ledge here. He's second off of a layoff, Paul. He got a perfect setup when dropped and yet protected in that 25. The thing I didn't love is that, at the wire, he just stopped. There wasn't much of a gallop out. So maybe he needed the race, maybe he was tired, but does that really scream that he wants to go this far?
I don't know. He's a confusing horse because his record, I guess, confuses you. 7 wins.
Won at the distance.
7 wins in 18 starts. It just seems like he either wins or he doesn't really show up. He's a really tough horse to gauge. I'm with you completely. He got the complete setup. Keith Asmussen gave him a good ride. He's been getting a lot better. But this horse was voided claim before. I think that, Steve hit the reset button with a ledge. Now he's got to go like you said, a mile and a quarter. He does have a win at the distance. You know, and Steve's very good. Is he fit enough today? You know, locally owned's got a lot of fitness on him.
Yeah, he's been running a bit more consistently. Another one that does have several recent races under his belt is number 6, Kiss a Lot. And I think they found out what ultimately this horse is best at, and that's getting to the lead and taking them every pole. So I think the added ground is this is the first time he'll try anything beyond a mile and an eighth. That's what they're going to do. They're going to send from that outside. They have a long way to clear the other 4 rivals in here. So it's going to be catch me if you can with Kiss a Lot.
Yeah, it is. Okay, Jonathan Wong's been hot as a pistol. He's winning everywhere. And Ortiz is on this horse. And yeah, I think it's just, I think this horse is getting bet because of that. I actually think the 4 should be second choice there. I think it should really be 2, 4, 6. I get the 6 goes to the front end in here. But, you know, if you looked at the 6's wins, one was in a starter allowance at 14-1. This horse is a 30-2 and has never won, even hit the exactor over this racetrack. So trying a new distance for the first time, and you're telling me you're going to be second choice, I think this horse is taking a little money because of the connections more than the horse. But no, can he win? Yes. But I'd go with the 2 or the 4 over the 6.
I will say that physically, though, he did have the look of one that could be okay going the distance despite having the, yes, it's true, on the bottom side.
Let's see how it all unfolds, Maggie, in this first race. Dirt, mile and a quarter. We watched the yesterday, a mile and a quarter race on dirt, and the winner wound up being a Vinny Viola-owned runner, co-owned Mike Rapoli, Red Ortiz in the saddle, trained by Todd Pletcher. Could see something similar on Saturday around 6:45 Eastern.
Do you think that they thought of the race? Why couldn't this be Saturday? I like that they run races like that at least this week too, and obviously tracks can change from day to day. And I didn't watch the later races, but it felt like the rail was not the place to be early. Did you get that impression as you watched some of the dirt races later in the day? I know it's not your thing as much as me, but be interesting to see what happens with the track. And one of the reasons I noticed it as much is that in covering Churchill as much as we have over the last few years, decidedly the rail has been the place to be a vast majority of the time. So when that changes, it really seems to stick out.
I thought last year, everything leading up to the Kentucky Derby, it felt like you wanted to be off the rail, that you wanted to be a little bit wider coming off the far turn. And then you watched the Kentucky Derby, and Rich Strike made up all that ground on the inside part of the racetrack. And the track can change a lot between the last dirt race and the Derby.
It can change during the day.
2-3 hours pass?
It can change during the day, and it certainly will change from day to day, and that's why people make speed figures, because you can't rely on one track being the same as the other. It was just interesting, and I think it's an important thing to keep an eye on because it can have a real effect on the races, and even the biggest of races, the Derby as well, and the Oaks.
For Travis Stone, another test drive, mile and a quarter on dirt, first of 10. Champions Day, Churchill Downs on this first Wednesday in May in Louisville.
They're in the gate. And they're off. A ledge at mid-pack, current toward the rail. Here's Kiss-A-Lot from the outside, and Kiss-A-Lot comes on now to grab the lead. Current moves with him, and these two are head-to-head biased the first time. Kiss-A-Lot steps out to take over and opens up to lead by 2. Current backs off, reserved into second as Silverdust tugs up on the outside to grab third. A ledge sits over to the inside in fourth, and Locally Owned drops back to trail the field fifth early and is already 8 lengths off the leader, so as they move into the opening turn. Kiss-A-Lot is out there controlling the tempo, leads by 2.5 lengths. Silverdust on the far outside has poked up into second as a ledge holds third toward the rail. Current is pulled back into fourth, just ahead of Locally Owned, who is fifth, who's only about 5 lengths off the leader now. So they turn to the backstretch run with 5.5 furlongs to go, and it's Kiss-A-Lot coasting along up top. The lead is 2.5. Silverdust and a ledge, they're together second and third. Kiss-A-Lot the leader down the backstretch run. Locally Owned has moved up into fourth now, still 6 lengths behind though, and Current has dropped out to trail. So they hit the far turn, and it's Kiss-A-Lot cruise control by 2.5 lengths. Saez is second, Silver Dust third. Locally Owned is sent up on the inside of Silver Dust. Locally Owned started to make some progress now, up into third, but still 5 lengths behind Kiss-A-Lot. Kiss-A-Lot with a 3-length lead heading for the quarter pole. Saez is now asked to go. Saez down inside of Kiss-A-Lot. Locally Owned is racing third. Top of the stretch. Kiss-A-Lot's been in front since the start. Heads for home in front. Saez moved to the outside. Now comes back to the rail for the final furlong. Kiss-A-Lot 2-length lead. Saez continues to grind away in second, but Kiss-A-Lot is holding on to that lead. Saez comes back outside. Saez with a final try to run down Kiss-A-Lot. Here comes Saez up in time. Saez runs down Kiss-A-Lot. Locally Owned was third.
Think the Derby stretch drive will be as exciting?
Probably a little more exciting than that. I do think we learned that the rail seemed to be okay, as Kiss-A-Lot seemed to do well down there. Though actually they were well off the rail as he comes through. I say the winner came through down the inside, so I don't think anything wrong with the rail based on this race. It felt like, but maybe when Kiss-A-Lot dropped down to the rail, maybe he got a little tired. Maybe when the 4 came outside, maybe that made a difference. And I think you have to wonder if Irad's thinking maybe I should have stayed outside and not let that horse get the outside move. Actually, kind of interesting the way that worked out in the stretch. But a nice run between the two of them. I think it'll be a little more crowded the stretch.
A little, not quite as much room for everybody to operate. Maggie thought that despite the yes, it's true, Kiss-A-Lot might handle that. Looked like he could handle the 1.25 miles, and in the end comes up about a 1/2 length short. And yeah, for Gaffleon and Saez, quickly making the decision to go to the outside, accelerates late, and takes down the first of 10 races on this Champions Day program at Churchill Downs. Results when we come back. And the Kentucky Derby favorite, Forte, highly decorated, already a champion, perfect in 2 starts this year. What will he do on Saturday in the 149th Run for the Roses?
Eclipse champion Blaine, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. His recent top runners include graded stakes winner and Kentucky Derby hopeful Litigate.
Litigate going to go on to win it here.
As well as Kentucky Oaks hopeful Wet Paint. Also an emerging broodmare sire, his stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse champion and Kentucky Derby favorite Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Nothing unusual about Saez winning races. Locked in, make it 5 straight for Saez. And Tyler Gaffleon, heady ride, switching to the outside and running down Kiss-A-Lot in the final stride.
Yeah, it's really interesting watching this, and I feel as though after the race, Irad's probably asking himself, why didn't I just stay on the outside? And the horse was not gaining on him down the inside, and it really is interesting, and I really think there is some credence to saying that the rail could be a bit of a problem, because he drops over, makes it easy for Gaffalione, who was trying to get off the rail at that time, but it made him even easier for him to do, and it just felt like he accelerated a little more, making too much of it. But I do think there's a reasonable argument, and I think it's something to watch going forward.
Following
today. This is a big race, the big week to watch. Now, as you say, things can and will change, but based on yesterday and what we saw there's a real indication that the rail is not the best place to be.
The win for Steve Asmussen, disarm in the Derby, Tyler Gaffalione. What do you think? What's your thought on verifying for the Derby?
I did my Derby videos. They'll be coming out soon, and I think he's a very interesting player. I don't know that he wants a mile and a quarter, but I thought he ran exceptionally well in the Bluegrass, and Tappan Trice is getting so much attention.
Yep.
And they're ignoring Verifying, who I think arguably ran the better race. Now, Tappan Trice is more likely to get the mile and a quarter, and he's obviously very good. But isn't he also going to be about a fourth the price of Verifying?
Right.
So Verifying, to me, becomes a better bet.
You know what it reminded me of? As you look at the field for the second race, maiden special weight, 4.5 furlong dash, son of a ship, odds on 3-5. Verifying's second place finish to Tappan Trice in the Bluegrass. It reminded me of Highly Motivated's second place finish to Essential Quality in the Bluegrass Stakes.
A little bit, though. That's an interesting thought. You know, I would say in that particular case, Highly Motivated was able to control, and he still almost beat Essential Quality, where in this race, the other speeds just evaporated in that race. Now, they weren't very good, so I don't know that it was necessarily a pace collapse, but I thought he did more of the dirty work, whereas I thought Highly Motivated was setting a moderate pace, and I love Highly Motivated. You know, I wear a Highly Motivated hat around. Nobody ever says anything to me. Nobody just gets no respect, that poor horse.
Wear it right here. Show your support. Right here on the broadcast.
He's been retired.
That's okay. Nothing wrong with that.
I don't want to wear hats on the air.
If
I start wearing hats in the air, Jonathan's going to start wearing hats. It's going to change the whole thing.
No way he's wearing a hat. No way he's wearing.
You don't think so?
That's part of the whole. I mean, that's part of the mystique.
You don't think he starts wearing a hat? No. Yeah, that is quite a do. I got do envy, believe me.
23-year-olds on Saturday, not retired in the 149th Run for the Roses. You know the drill. Mile and a quarter, $3 million purse. 3 horses, single digits on the morning line. Number 5, Tappan Trice, second choice, 5-1. 14, Angel of Empire, third choice, 8-1. And number 15, the morning line favorite, Forte, 3-1 for trainer Todd Pletcher. Brad Ortiz looking for a first Derby win. The Florida Derby, despite that outside post, it wasn't flashy, it wasn't electric, more blue collar, Andy, but a good prep, and in the end, another win for the reigning 2-year-old champion.
Listen, there are different ways to look at it. As you say, he won the race and he didn't run his very best race. What I don't like about it was, in watching his other races, he's been a bit of a push-button horse. You know, Irad gets him into a position, and he sort of holds that position, goes forward. In this day, Irad had to ride him the whole way, and I don't love that. And I also think Mage ran the better race because he got left, he moved wider, and he moved earlier. And I thought the winning move by Irad was when Mage moved up outside of him, Irad said, I'm not going to go with him. I'm going to let him make that wider move. I'm going to tuck in the 2-path and then angle out at the very latest moment and save some more ground and let Mage make that first move. And I think the confidence he had in Forte allowed him to do that. But I think Mage ran a better race. The problem with Mage is he gets left all the time, and he doesn't have anywhere near the experience that Forte has. But let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Do you really think he's a great bet at 7-2 in this race?
I think he goes off higher than that.
So I think he's 4-1.
I think we have a 9-2.
Yeah, I agree with you. But is he even a great bet at that price? Does he have any kind of real figure edge?
I like that he won when he perhaps didn't have his best fastball, but it didn't look like your typical Derby favorite does in his last prep before the Kentucky Derby. Forte. Now, here's another thing. You know, when did the hardest race to win in the world become the easiest to handicap? Going back to 2020, favorites have won 10 of the last 23 Kentucky Derbies. I get it, you know, Rich Strike aside, but an incredible percentage in terms of how good favorites have done. We went 20 years without a favorite winning from 79 to 2000. And since Fupeg in 2000, it has become a very formful race.
Do the points play a role in that? Have the points made the race less random? Taking some of the speed out of it has created less chaos, perhaps, in those situations. We'll see. Or maybe it was just one of those aberrant runs, and suddenly we'll see the favorites falling into defeat year after year. It's an interesting discussion, and the fact that it coincided very much with the point system makes me wonder what kind of role that played.
Racing luck doesn't play quite the role it used to. You don't have a Spanish chestnut or sprinters that... Every one of these horses can get a mile and a quarter. Are they going to run very fast? Are they going to thrive at a mile and a quarter? Maybe not, but they're not sprinters who are going to stop with half mile to run, and all of a sudden jockeys, instead of trying to win the Kentucky Derby, are just trying to avoid a collision.
It creates a chaotic situation. I'll tell you what's interesting about the Derby. There are some Derbies where there are trips galore. There have been plenty of Derbies recently where you go through them and you start watching every horse. And you realize most of the horses had pretty good trips in there. So I've seen some pretty fairly run races, and that's obviously conducive to the favorites doing better.
Blindsided by a Rich Strike last year, the favorite was second in Epicenter. What will Forte do on Saturday? Trying to provide Todd Pletcher with a third Derby victory. You can experience the Derby with us, the excitement of the Kentucky Derby at Naira Bets. Join now, get a $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members can earn up to a $200 deposit match with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. When we come back, Panamanian phenom rider Luis Saez won last year's Kentucky Oaks with Secret Oath. Trying to go back-to-back with Darth Vader. And a date with Tapit Trice in Saturday's Kentucky Derby. That's next. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational. And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Nest, much the best. Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Live racing returning to Belmont tomorrow afternoon, day one of the spring-summer meet. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. And in Louisville, countdown continues towards the Kentucky Derby. Is it too early to talk of the 2024 Kentucky Derby? It's not too early to tweet about it.
I was looking for my Kentucky Derby preview, which I taped earlier, to see if it's up.
Already?
Yeah, I'm
we're
looking
going to
for
lose
the winners,
viewers to go watch your Kentucky Derby preview.
Well, Forte is one of these horses that actually, he's a rare horse in that he started very early in his 2-year-old year. You don't see that often anymore.
That's what these 2-year-olds are doing. Early tomorrow, race 4, the field. 2-year-old sprinting 5 furlongs, 6 deep, Hibernacle, even money favorite, Andy. This was Hibernacle's debut 3 weeks ago at Keeneland. Hibernacle turns it on late.
And he wasn't even one of these, 1 to 5 Wesley Ward horses. And a hootenanny a horse.
Breeders' Cup winner.
Wesley Ward, I want to say,
Ward,
right?
Frankie Dettori won the Juvenile Turf Sprint at Santa Anita.
Sounds about right to me. Some interesting sires there. Snow Trouble, one I'm not particularly familiar with. Anthony's Cross, not familiar with. Obviously, this horse is talented. How about the private purchase by Cutter Racing with You Almost Had Me, going to Brad Cox, number 2.
Good, exciting field.
Yeah, I think an interesting matchup with those two horses. Both big winners, first time out.
We'll have it for you right here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. The Kentucky Juvenile tomorrow from Churchill Downs. Always exciting discussing 2-year-olds.
It's the wise guy horse Tranch, who took some money in his debut behind a heavily bet Wesley Ward horse Bledsoe and broke slow and had a bit of a trip in there. He might be kind of the wise guy horse to get in there.
Good race. Exciting race.
I'm seeing the 2-year-olds.
And just a little bit of everything today and tomorrow. The 2-year-old sprinting, later the Isaac Murphy, a 1.5-mile marathon, a 3-year-old filly sprinting on grass. The stakes races and a good variety leading up to.
It's a super fun weekend of racing, and as you say, races for all sorts of divisions, fillies, mares, and the colts as well. It does feel like a weekend to pace yourself a little bit, because if you're not smart, you can get yourself buried. But it is a fun weekend of handicapping, and I've spent a lot of time looking at both Friday and Saturday's cards, and looking forward to being down there and some fun racing.
Just bare bones handicapping, just handicapping those races you've looked at. How do you feel about the undercards? Oaks, Derby.
I feel like they're somewhat logical. I didn't feel like I had big opinions for or against anybody at prices, but I'm looking forward to seeing the races as well and trying to find some prices, rooting for some friends as well, and being down there and having a good time. But it's fun racing. I mean, even the allowance races are tough, competitive races. Big fields. All
coming up and leading up to the 149th Kentucky Derby today. 1 down, 9 races left. Considered Champions Day out at Churchill Downs as we turn the page to the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, sticking with this freshman theme. 4.5 furlong dash, $120,000 purse. Live look in the paddock. Speedy Loudermilk pictured at 5-1, but the favorite, Andy, son of a ship, number 8, even money, with about 15 minutes to go.
Is he really supposed to be that heavy a favorite? I'm wondering if a horse like Loudermilk is going to run better after that uncontrolled speed. He's dangerous. The one on the outside, Let's Go Mark. And also, the 9, Bodacious Colton, who's a very big price. Didn't get that first time. I thought it was extremely green first time out. And he's the kind of horse I thought could run better as well. He comes out of that Bledsoe race. So I don't want to default to a horse at even money. Son of a ship, who did run well in his first start. No knock on him.
We'll revisit that race in a moment. Looking at Ramon Vasquez, getting ready to get a leg up on Loudermilk. Ramon Vasquez to ride Practical Move in the Kentucky Derby. Where are you with Practical Move, the Santa Anita Derby winner who just continues to win races?
I didn't pick him in my top 5, but as I said to you, 12 horses feel like they're major players in here. And I kind of wanted to. Shut up the thing I have an East Coast bias.
You don't like anybody from California. We know that.
Well, why wouldn't I be rooting for a horse who was bred by 2 people I'm friendly with, Chad Brown and Sal Cumin? So I would like to see them do well. And I think he's a very nice horse. A really neat horse who just keeps running, He's handled 1 1/8, and some people say, well, practical joke, going 1 1/4. He topped out at 1 1/8, was better, shorter. Doesn't mean this horse can't handle the 1 1/4. He's tactical, he puts himself in position. The other thing is he's a fighter. He gets into fights and he comes out victorious. I have no knock on this horse at all. I think he's an absolutely terrific horse. Won't be shocked if he wins.
Almost the opposite of Tappet Trice, who likes to be on the outside in the clear. Practical Move seems to respond in a dogfight. When he shoves him, he shoves you right back, and he seems most comfortable inside of horses battling.
Yeah, and I prefer that because he'll probably be fine if he's outside of horses, but he definitely has that inside thing. And you feel like with Tappet Trice, and this is known, I think Tappet Trice is a super talented horse. I'm a big fan of him as a racehorse, and think he's absolutely one of the horses to beat. But he's got his quirks. And I don't love horses have their quirks in races like the Derby, and you could see him getting himself into a little bit of a jackpot at some point. And a horse like Practical Move is more likely to get a cleaner trip than a Tappet Trice.
I think for trainer Tim Yakteen, and look, he has to be very savvy, politically correct, say all the right things, and representing different owners, but training horses that were with another trainer that will be headed back to Bob Baffert eventually. This is different. He has had practical moves since day one. If Yakteen were to get a Derby win, you would think that this is how he would want.
Right, he doesn't. Right, he doesn't want to have to answer that. Well, is it really Bob Baffert's horse and all that? And it's just so unfair to him in general. He's been taking care of these horses. He worked for Bob Baffert. He's putting in the time, and I find that stuff extremely unfair to him, and just in general in racing. It's just such cynicism.
Because it's a fair question. It's a question
fair.
that has to be asked. It's just it's an unconventional situation, and he's put in a tricky spot.
He is. But he's a pretty darn good trainer in his own. I don't know why he has to shouldn't have to apologize for getting those
apologizing,
horses,
but it does have to be explained.
No, I agree. It's a discussion, and we have to have it. I get it. And I think for him, at least if that one wins, he can say, well, I don't have to answer. This was never Bob's horse. I'm allowed to be the trainer of this one.
Practical move. Santa Anita Derby winner. What will he do in Saturday's Kentucky Derby? Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. We start with a long shot. Prince of Power, most experienced in the field with 2 races.
He's had 2 starts at huge prices and hasn't done much running, but he has had the 2 starts.
Mi oscuro secreto, my dark secret, but you knew that, Andy.
I did. I knew the pronunciation. I'm kind of embarrassed he stole the thunder from me. More of a turf pedigree, this horse, not really dirt.
Favoritism, a first-time starter. Cold on the board.
And Enticed. I haven't seen a lot of Enticed. This is his first crop. Horse who finished second to Vino Rosso in the wood.
In the wood after that. Wasn't there a long
inquiry?
Inquiry.
Right? Yeah.
We saw Sugar Steve fight mid the Mizzen Mass first-time starter.
Yeah, I've always loved Mizzen Mass. He was a very, very talented horse for Bobby Frankel's first foal. For this dam.
Son of a Ship, Louisiana bred, solid debut at Keeneland. Number 9, Bodacious Colton, 5th at 50-1 in his Keeneland debut.
I'm going to try to get this horse in the number. I think he's a very, very interesting horse.
Bodacious Colton.
Yes.
Well.
Yes, he should not be 20-1.
Loudermilk had the pleasure of meeting American Rascal a couple weeks ago.
And at least he showed a lot of speed before falling apart. I guess taking the blinkers off, they're trying to mute that speed a little bit. Not impossible.
And on the outside, Let's Go Mark exits the same race as Son of a Ship, finished 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, but he was fighting for the pace while Son of the Ship was sitting the perfect trip. I see no reason that he can't be a factor here.
2-year-olds, good maiden special weight event. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. This is the race you were just talking about. Son of a Ship. April 13th, Keeneland, 4.5 furlong scramble. Let's Go Mark in front. Andy, Son of a Ship, charging hard late in between 2-year-olds.
Yeah, no, I have no knock on Son of a Ship. I thought he ran fine in here, but he also worked out a perfect trip, while Let's Go Mark was doing much more of the dirty work. And I'm not saying he didn't run better than Let's Go Mark, but how much better did he run? And is he really supposed to be even money, the other one 3-1? So I think they're both at least a little bit of a player.
Surprised at the discrepancy, though.
People are over-affected by finishes. There's no doubt about that. We've seen that for years. And that's why I often bet against horses that win. Because horses very often win because the circumstances led to them winning. And talent plays a role, but sometimes it's just the right trip. And I think that the 11 did not run that significantly worse than the 8.
While the 2-year-olds warm up front side, live look there in the paddock, we saw a horse from the also eligible list draw in and win last year's Kentucky Derby. Rich Strike, you know the story. In terms of the Oaks for the 3-year-old fillies, taxed, there she is, hoping for some last-minute fortune and to draw into the body of the race.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, we haven't seen anybody go to the wayside because you want the horses that are the main contenders to get into the race. They're the ones that earn the spots, and they belong in there. You don't want to see any of them get hurt. It's one thing if they decide not to run in the race for whatever reason. And this has been a year where there really haven't been that many horses falling by the wayside.
There was Arabian Night is the one. The one horse that looked like he might be special who is not here. And to think that Rich Strike got in last year because Wayne Lucas, who he likes to run, he is aggressive, generally speaking. He's good to roll the dice and take his chances. It was him opting not to run a horse in the Kentucky Derby, allowing Rich Strike to draw into the body of the race.
Absolutely amazing when you think about it, right?
Impossible.
Absolutely amazing when you think about it.
80-1 bomb last year. What will Saturday's Derby yield with Forte as the 3-1 morning line favorite. Can't wait to see what the early wagering looks like here. We have these 2-year-olds. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Another look at the even money favorite. Son of a Ship, Tyler Gaffleone to ride. Should he be successful, Andy? Son of a Ship, about mid-pack in his debut. Expect him to be about in the same spot today?
Yeah, these horses will be more forward usually. It is funny when you watch sort of the evolution of racehorses over time. You know, I think one of my favorites to talk about is Crypto Clearance, who back in the 80s that some of you will remember, he was a deep, deep closer. He was dueling in his first or second start at Saratoga in 45 to the half.
I didn't know that.
For Scotty Schulhofer, and he really changed dramatically as time went on.
He was, he may have run in the 88 or 89 Breeders' Cup Classic, Crypto Clearance.
He was probably in 88, right?
One of
he
the,
was in that,
one of the two.
He was in the Java Gold year, the crypto, you know, the Ali Sheba.
The Midnight Derby.
Yeah, he
Ali
was
Sheba.
in that group, 87, that group. He was a tremendous racehorse.
He was good.
He just happened to have been born in the wrong year.
We saw it in the first race at, how was it, at Churchill earlier. We saw a horse, the Gray, Silver Dust, in the first race at Churchill. A horse who's now 9. As a 3-year-old, he had raced in the Southwest, in the Rebel, in the Arkansas Derby, and he looked like the second coming of Creator. A Gray based at Oaklawn who would close from out of the clouds, and now at 9, he's more of a tactical horse.
He went the other way around, right? He got more tactical. A lot of times, I think trainers will look to train the speed out of their horses because they feel, especially the old-time trainers and stuff, and very well, I'm not knocking them anyway, that the speed is harder on a horse, that it's a lot easier, they're very hard on themselves, and it's sort of a better beneficial going forward. It is, you know, it's akin, it's like in football. You ever look at the betting lines? Like, it's a fun thing to do. Cut out the betting lines the first 2 weeks of the season, and then look at the betting lines the last 2 weeks of the season, and look at some of how crazy some of them went. Teams that might have been a 10-point favorite that would be a 10-point dog in those situations. And it's funny to look at horses, what they were like when they began their careers and what they were later in their careers, especially good horses sometimes.
Watching them
Very
evolve and
different.
change and win different ways.
Yeah, because I mean, listen, if you're going to be successful with 2-year-olds earlier in their careers, for the most part, they're forwardly placed horses. Sure. Speed is such a premium in those races. Now, the game has changed so much. You know, back in the day, you talk about Affirmed and Alydar. I mean, they met, what, 5 times something as 2-year-olds. They ran 10, 12 times. When Affirmed won the Sanford before meeting of Alydar and the Hopeful, he had run in the Hollywood, whatever, sprint chance something. He was in Hollywood. He shipped us to Saratoga for those races. It was just a different time.
Newer fans to the sport that have fallen in love with the game in the last 20 years or so, you remind them, because preps have moved on the calendar so much.
Yeah.
The Florida Derby used to feed into the Bluegrass and into the Wood Memorial.
Yeah.
That's why it's been so long since, you know, a Wood Memorial winner has won the Kentucky Derby, or the last Bluegrass winner was Strike the Gold to win a Kentucky Derby. Tell them that, oh, you know that for years the Bluegrass Stakes was run 9 days before
Thursday,
the Kentucky Derby. They're like mind blown.
Like the Jim Dandy when it was run 9 days before the Travers, the same situation. And it was, and nobody thought about it. It was a totally different. And back then, what was the series in New York? It was the Swift at 6 furlongs, the Bayshore at 7, the Gotham at a mile, the Wood at mile and 1/8, and then the Derby. And they were all 2 weeks apart. Right. Every single one of them. Horses would run in, you know, the Bayshore. They could run in all of them or 4 of them. And really good horses. It was just very, very different. And I think there's no better way to appreciate the game than to learn about the past history, learn about who the really good horses were. And I think that's why when good horses come along, a Songbird, compare her to the great horse of the past. It doesn't diminish her talent. It just puts them into perspective to some of the many greats of the past.
This doesn't just apply to horse racing, by the way. Baseball. You think Sandy Koufax cared if he was getting close to 100 pitches on the evening? Do you think anybody in the NBA back in the mid-'80s knew what load management was, or that running back by committee in football because you didn't want your lead back carrying the ball more than 20 times during the course of ball? This is sports in general, not just horse racing.
No question. It's exactly the same. Relievers, the way the pitchers come out. Wilt Chamberlain, who averaged over 48 minutes a game when he averaged over 48 minutes a game because he never went out. He never fouled out, and he never went out of games. In the year he averaged over 50 points, he averaged over 48 minutes a game, and it wasn't an issue.
No.
Nobody was talking, and they were writing articles saying Wilt's looking tired out there.
Load
Just
management.
a different situation. And you're right, horse racing and sports, they're very similar in that manner.
2-year-olds, Travis Stone, post-time Churchill.
Son of a Ship and Vietmont is there. So too is Sugar Steve down inside Prince of Power. Let's Go Mark from that far, far outside post is racing up to join the leaders too. Far turned run, Vietmont in front, Son of a Ship right there second. Sugar Steve is third. Let's Go Mark is fourth. Bodacious Colton racing in fifth. Then it's Louder Milk on the outside six. Toward the rail is Prince of Power seventh by 4. Favoritism second to last early. Mi Oscuro Secreto the trailer. At the quarter pole, Vietmont is off the turn in front. Vietmont heads for home. Son of a Ship is bearing down. Son of a Ship and Vietmont head to head. Let's Go Mark is keeping Bodacious Colton pinned in between. 1 furlong to go. Vietmont still in front. Son of a Ship desperately trying to get by. Vietmont still with the lead. 50 yards to go. Son of a Ship can't get by him. Vietmont the winner. Son of a Ship was second. Bodacious Colton was third. And Let's Go Mark was fourth.
Vietmont, Relu Gutierrez at a price, 7, 8, 9. Gentleman sitting about a foot from me just hit the trifecta. Churchill.
Got a 50-cent try. I played, I saw the 7 was taking some money, so I used the 9 third in tries and second exactas and a little win bet. So 25 to 1 getting third.
Well done.
Thank you.
7 to 1, yeah.
Occasionally it works out.
Relu Gutierrez, big chance in the Kentucky Oaks, holds off. Son of a Ship, can't get by, and a good late charge from Bodacious Colton, who you said in the post parade. Use underneath. Results when we come back. Also, the Kentucky Oaks favorite, Wet Paint. Just like last year's Oaks winner, Secret Oath, she took the Hot Springs route to Louisville. Will the result be the same? Find out Friday, the Run for the Lilies in the Kentucky Oaks. Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. Live racing tomorrow afternoon, opening day, Belmont Park. Off and running Derby week, Champions Day, Churchill Downs, and this 2-year-old. Raylo Gutierrez, the winning pilot, at a price. Vietmont graduates on debut.
And John Hancock, a very sharp trainer with first-time starters, and he feels like a guy who's looking to do well with them and then maybe sell them. And if you look at You Almost Had Me, who was purchased out of the maiden win, and he had this horse ready to go and took a little money at 7-1. And Raylu, who's having a big weekend ahead of him, he's got a very big chance to win that Kentucky Oaks for
South Lawn
for he and Norm.
And Norm Cassie talks about how I don't know if you buy into this sort of thing, but just how well Gutierrez gets along with South Lawn. And Norm Cassie says, you know what, as confident as he is, that makes me all the more confident going into the Oaks.
No, he rode him terrifically in his last race. He gave him a perfect trip in there. And Raylu, for those of us that know him, he does not lack in confidence. But that's an important thing.
If he ever learns to come out of his shell, he's going to be just fine.
You belong there, you know?
He will not be intimidated. Believes he does belong, coming off that Fairgrounds riding title, the big win in the Fairgrounds Oaks, and a serious chance in the Kentucky Oaks on Friday. Turning the page, race 3, $12,500 claimers, 1 mile, older horses, 8 of them. Good betting race with a current 3-1 favorite, My Redemption. Race 3 next at Churchill Downs. And speaking of the Kentucky Oaks on Friday, on paper, perhaps they're not blisteringly fast. Certainly the morning line favorite hasn't been. In Wet Paint, she comes in form. Very good closer, very sharp. 14 of them, mile and an eighth, $1.25 million purse and Wet Paint. Again, just like Secret Oath, taking that Oaklawn path to Louisville, 5-2 favorite. We felt she might be a vulnerable favorite in the fantasy. Was she just that good on wet tracks? Silenced her critics. Not fast on paper, but another win for Wet Paint.
But also the fastest race she's ever run from a speed figure standpoint was on a dry track. So maybe she doesn't really love a wet track. She just seems to handle them. And I think she's an improving horse, and she shows up. And on dirt, she's the fastest horse, and she's the horse to beat. There should be enough pace for her. The one thing you have to worry about is, with her running style, she's had very good trips in these races. She has not had a throw on her path. Now, part of it is that she's adaptable. She runs inside of horses. She runs outside of them, and it's a very good quality for a closer that can close inside of horses, right, because most horses like to be out in the clear making that run. But I think the concern is, in a 14-horse field, for a horse that you know is going to be way back, a straw may get thrown in her path, or a couple of straws, and you have to worry a little bit that she won't adapt to that as well.
So there's always the two considerations for closers. There's the traffic you mentioned, and then the pace. On paper, should there be enough speed to set the table for Wet Paint's late kick?
I think there should be. I think we'll see an honestly run race. So I don't think she's going to be hindered by the dynamics of the race. But I just hate the idea of a short price that comes from way back, because she can get victimized. And that's why a horse like South Lawn, who can make her own trip, and a horse that I like in there, Pretty Mischievous, who didn't draw well, they're both more forwardly placed horses, but not horses that need the lead. So they can make their own trips. Wet Paint has to hope the pace is fast enough and hope that she doesn't get in any kind of traffic.
Trained by Brad Cox, seeking a third win in the Kentucky Oaks, going back to Monomoy Girl, She Dares the Devil in 2020. And Brad Cox, who has 4 in the Derby, he has 3 in the Kentucky Oaks. A very strong hand. Botanical, Andy, and this is unconventional. A contender, absolutely, but has never raced on dirt. What is her pedigree? Tell us. What do you think of her as an individual?
Well, I think she's very talented. She's run the fastest figures of anybody by her figures, 90 and 91 in her last 2 races. And Medagliadoro obviously can go anyway. He handled most services. But you
Sire
look at
Rachel Alexandra.
Right, dirt, turf, different kinds of horses. But you look at her dam side, it is more tilted towards turf. So I wonder a little bit, why has Brad... Listen, he's separating them. He had a lot of horses. He had different horses. He chose to keep her on a surface she was running well on, ready to roll the dice. And the other thing is, you roll the dice in the Oaks. She doesn't handle the dirt. He can look at races like our Belmont Turf Triple for her.
Isn't this the Kentucky Oaks to roll the dice in?
Of course it is. I mean, she's obviously talented enough to win this race. If she transfers her synthetic track form to the dirt, she's the horse to beat. Not Wet Paint. She is. She's a little bit faster than that one. I just worry about her handling the surface, but it always comes down to price. You have to ask yourself, what is a fair enough price for you to take that gamble? If you say to yourself, I'm very convinced she's the best horse in the race if she handles the dirt, and she ends up going off at 8-1. She may be worth a gamble. Is she worth a gamble to you at 5-1? These are personal choices you have to make, but I think this year in particular, more in the Derby than the Oaks, but you really need to write down the horses that you're interested in and write down the kind of prices you think they should be. What are their fair odds to you? It's a subjective thing, and ready to bet your fifth choice because you thought that horse would be 12-1 and he's 25-1. Much like that 9 horse in the last race at Churchill. I didn't think that horse was anything special as a pick. I just don't think the horse should have been 25-1. So you can make a few dollars with those horses, and it seems like as a player, when you do that, you get rewarded.
And you got rewarded in the last race. It's just odd that for the Derby and the Oaks, fastest buyer speed figures, both with horses who last raced on synthetic tracks. You just don't see that very often.
That is wild.
That with 2 fills for the Derby and a botanical for the Kentucky Oaks. And then the fillies coming up from New Orleans. We were just touching on Southlawn, revisiting that Fairgrounds Oaks and Raylu Gutierrez. The compact field and an upset here. Southlawn 7-1 at post time.
She should never have been 7-1. She should have paid $7 in there. I mean, almost every handicapper I know that I respect liked Southlawn, and it was that crazy factor with Tom Amos's horses that sort of blew up the odds on horses. She's run very well in her races. She's adaptable. She can be forward. She can settle. And she ran well. Now, I think Pretty Mischievous might have moved a little soon in here.
All right.
And I think if Southlawn ends up being 7-2 or 4-1 and Pretty Mischievous is 15-1, that maybe she's a better gamble. The post concerns me, but I do think that Pretty Mischievous is closer to Southlawn than that finish. As a fan, I'm rooting for Southlawn. I'm friends with Norm Cassie. I'm very close friends with his wife, Gabby Godet. I'm friendly with Raylu. I would love to see them do well in this race. You do end up rooting for your friends a bit, but I'm not going to bet Southlawn at a short price. But make no mistake, she and Wet Paint are the 2 horses to beat in here. They're the right 2 favorites.
Both races. Wagering's going to be fascinating. Who do you think? Do you think Wet Paint is the favorite? About what price you think?
5-2, 3-1, somewhere in there. Seems like a fairish price. A big field. I think Southlawn will be close. I mean, is there a horse in there that's going to get, become like a wise guy type horse that's going to take more money?
Always is.
Who is that horse?
In which race?
I guess Botanical a little bit. I'll tell you a couple horses that might get overlooked that aren't bad. The Alley's Look, who ran a fast race 2 back and didn't get the best of trips last time. And Defining Purpose for Ken McPeak. I think that she's going to get a little bit lost. She did win the Ashland. She did improve in there. I think she's a horse that has a chance at a price.
And she seems to be one. There's some buzz about it, Churchill Downs, and how well she's looked in the morning. Kenny McPeak, he's been close. 3 second-place finishes in the Kentucky Oaks without a win. See if that changes on Friday. As for the stakes racing, we have enough room on the screen. I think there's 15 of them. It is loaded top to bottom, as you would expect, for the Oaks and the undercard, and all leading up to the 149th Kentucky Derby on Saturday. We'll have that Ali Shiva for you on Friday with Rich Strike, the 80-1 Derby winner of a season ago. And tomorrow, back to Belmont Park. 10 months. It's been way too long. Looking forward to opening day of the spring summer meet here at Belmont Park. We'll have all the action for you right here on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck,
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot, Surprise Boss,
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
As they head to the backstretch, it's a tight pass.
He's going to pull ahead. The Twin Spires expert picks were all optimistic.
You've got the best speed rating in the field. Don't fail me now.
Man, I love this horse's name.
And from far behind, here comes Drake. It's neck and neck. Drake is winning. Drake wins! Yes!
No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. Get your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd in eligible races.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the Juvenile.
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This spring, the Belmont Stakes is coming to Fox. The 5-week journey of the Triple Crown, it ends here. The Test of the Champion, Belmont Stakes, June 10th only on Fox. Brad Ortiz celebrating second Belmont win. Last spring, Mo Donegal, same team. For this year's Kentucky Derby favorite Forte, Mike Rapoli leading Mo Donegal into the winner's circle. Todd, Pletcher, yet another win in the Test of the Champion. Racing resuming tomorrow afternoon, Andy, and I know you'll be at Churchill Downs. Something tells me you'll have an eye on the racing here and some of the highlights opening week, Belmont Park.
Oh, without a question. I'll be looking forward to those races. The Westchester came up a very, very good race. The Sheepshead Bay, I hear this complaining, it's 5 horses, it's street.
That's a good Sheepshead Bay.
Everybody can win that race. There could be 9 horses, 4 fillers with no chance, and it would be a worse race. This is an excellent horse race, and it's great to be back at Belmont Park. I mean, 10 months. I'm not sure there's been a period of my life since I started going to the racetrack in the mid-'70s that I've been away from Belmont Park.
Oh, I would say absolutely not.
Yeah,
There's no way.
It's just, I mean, it's just great to be back here and be at Belmont. We love Aqueduct as well, but it's nice to be back at Belmont. And also, there's so much good racing to look forward to.
For example, this Westchester and the return of the colt who finished 3rd in last year's Kentucky Derby, seeking his first win since the Bluegrass Stakes in Zandon. Now, we believe White Abario is going to race at Churchill in the Ali Sheba. Correct? That's the thought. That's the thought right now.
We'll see.
But Zandon, we'll see who scratched out of a stakes race with the heavy downpour last week at Aqueduct. Zandon here in a 2nd place finish to Epicenter in the Jim Dandy. Where are you right now with Zandon?
Well, you know, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that he's a major player in the handicap division. I don't see any reason that he can't be. And being that a lot of these races are 1 1/8, and I think 1 1/4 stretches a little bit for him. Not that he can't be effective, but 1 1/8 hits him right between the eyes, and I think there's a chance that Zandon has a very, very big year, and I'm thrilled to see him back.
I thought he would. The Jim Dandy was fine. Travers was disappointing. I was expecting much more from Zandon than the Travers.
It was, because he didn't take that step forward. He was never beating Epicenter, but he could have taken enough step forward that he finished a closer second there. I don't disagree, and he wasn't as good as Taba was, but unfortunately Epicenter's not racing anymore, and who knows where Taba is after that disastrous performance in his last start.
You know, Mike Smith basically said when I spoke with him after the Saudi Cup, he said he never picked up his feet. No matter how much he encouraged him, it was like the horse just kind of refused. Just would not put forth the effort necessary to compete at that level. Just kind of ran around in a circle.
And you have to imagine that the Connections wanted to go to the Met Mile. I mean, that's a race that Zandon was born. I'm not Zandon, that Taba was born to run at. I don't know. Is he training? Have you heard anything about him?
Training, yes. I don't know where he will next resurface because he was the newly turned 4-year-old who was supposed to be right there at the top at the handicap division with Flightline retired and just a laid an egg in the world's richest horse race.
And I'm a fan. I think he's a terrific racehorse. So I would love to see him come back and run in those big races. But until we see it, I mean, you have to be worried about that race in Saudi because he didn't run a step. He's not that kind of horse. He shows up.
Rich Strike in the Alley Sheba. Right here, the Westchester in Zandon's 4-year-old debut. Of course, you can experience the excitement of the Derby with Naira Bets. Join now. Get a $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Race 3, Churchill Downs. Called to post on this Champions Day, Wednesday. Derby tomorrow, Oaks Friday, Derby Saturday, and that place will be absolutely packed. 149th Kentucky Derby. Field for the third race. They make the turn, $12,500 claimers. There's that Kenny at 9-2.
Yeah, coming in from Indiana where he had a blowout win. I guess the question you have to ask yourself is, can he run back to that race?
Bajan Rum, 5th race this year, first on a dirt track.
Yeah, he just seems to be a little bit better in synthetic. I think he has one good race at Belterra.
Go for Sherry, Julian Leperoux.
Coming off the claim, I thought that I preferred other ones as she is coming off a substantial layoff.
Pikachu, 67th lifetime start, 15-time winner. Here's the 5 co-conspirator now with Chris Hartman. Churchill debut.
Well, I mean, how can you ignore a first-time Chris Hartman?
Right.
Looks like the speed in here. I'm surprised he's this big a price, aren't you?
Too big a number. My Redemption, Ontario bred. First after the claim, Larry Smith.
I thought he was the other one in here, another horse coming off the claim. Those recent races have been good. And this is a trainer who has good numbers off the claim.
Blueberry, Adam Beschizza, Juan Cano teamed up for a win opening night. Then the favorite, good betting race. Herd Immunity at 7-2. Nothing but sprints until today.
I worry about him getting the distance. That has to be a bit of a concern. Stretching out in the dirt, Jason Barkley over the last 5 years, 4 for 73, 5% and a 56-cent ROI. I like the 5 co-conspirator, and I want to box him with the 6, My Redemption.
At 7-2, My Redemption. Now, again, real good betting race. You saw that Kenny in the post parade drawn inside, currently 9-2. This was his latest, the quick turnaround last week. Horseshoe Indy on paper facing similar. Andy, that Kenny just drowned that field.
He did. Now, I didn't think it was a big speed track, so I don't think he was helped by being on the front end. Now, I don't think he's helped by drawing the inside here. And I can worry a little bit with co-conspirator that Corey Lannery's going to go to the rail as the speed, because I don't want to be inside from what I've seen so far. But the last race would mitigate that. I don't know what to make of him. He improved so much last time. He has some go-back races. But where did that race come from, and can he repeat it?
On the quick turnaround, that Kenny at 7-2 in the last couple of flashes, 3-4 different favors. It's that kind of race. This $12,500 claimer, 1-turn mile. Having technical difficulties out at Churchill Downs. Hopefully we'll be able to reconnect with Jonathan Kinchin, Paul LaDuca out at the Downs. Maggie there as well, of course.
And looking at the double will pays, I think the 5 and 8 will vie for favoritism by post time. Probably closer to 3-1 on those horses.
You wound up with who again?
I like the 5 co-conspirator, and I'm going to box 5, 6 in the exacta.
Had the trifecta in the last race, did Andy Serling with the 2-year-olds? $12,500 claimers here.
I got to keep it going. It's a what have you done for me lately
Build
world.
the momentum. Build that bankroll for the Oaks and the Derby. But this feels like you get 7-2 favorites in the Kentucky Derby. This is a really good competitive 12-5 claimer.
No, I agree. This is, I mean, you look at the board, and I mean, I like the 5 and 6, but right now there's a lot of horses that are taking money in this race. And talking about some of the others, the number 7, Blueberry. I can't bet a horse like Blueberry. I mean, this horse has run once on the dirt in a muddy off the turf race and was pulled up. This is strictly a synthetic type horse. This is not the kind of horse I would take. I imagine some of the money is because he's dropping down precipitously in class. As far as herd immunity, much as I respect Luis Saez, I just don't want this horse stretching out. What indication do I have? I know he's a Union Rags, but he's a Union Rags that they've never tried going long. He ran once going long, but that was on synthetic. That was not on dirt.
Union Rags, I believe, defeated favorite in the 2012 Kentucky Derby, I believe it was. Somewhere in there. Yeah. Somewhere in there. One of the, might have been a morning line favorite. I'm not sure he was favored at
he won the
post time. Won the Belmont Stakes.
Won the Belmont Stakes over Painter.
Yeah.
That was quite a nightmare Triple Crown for Zayat's stable, because Bodemeister, who ran way too well to lose in the Derby, but then he had everything his own way in the Preakness, and Olive Another still ran him down. And of course, that was a Triple Crown that probably would have been.
The year that, if it was a year later, Kentucky Derby point system, Bodemeister doesn't have to tangle with the likes of Triniberg, a Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, early on with that supersonic pace.
Bodemeister's Derby loss was one of the best losing efforts you'll ever see in a Derby. Yeah.
Right there with Congaree. Louis Saez, who's crossed the wire in front in a Derby, maximum security, disqualified, of course, seeking a first Derby win. And Andy, Kieran McLaughlin has Saez lined up pretty well. 9 stakes races on Saturday. Saez is riding in 8 of them. 2 of them jump off the page. General Jim in the Pat Day Mile. And, of course, Tappet Trice in the Kentucky Derby. Tappet Trice in the Bluegrass Stakes. Saez really hustled him out of the gate for more position. He won the Tampa Bay Derby in spite of himself. And Tappet Trice, who, don't want to, if there was a horse that you could say, quote unquote, lost the draw on Monday, probably Tappet Trice, where I think Connections wanted something closer to the outside. He'll break from the 5.
Okay. But I think he's a problematic horse no matter what post he breaks from, because he's got to be ridden for position.
He likes to be out in the clear.
Yeah, no, I agree. But, listen, he's got the right rider going. And to me, the most pivotal, pivotal is not the right word, defining moment for me in Louis Saez's career is the way he handled the maximum security situation.
Absolutely.
And the grace he showed. I mean, just imagine getting disqualified from Kentucky Derby. I mean, you have to want to smash something. And he just handled it so well.
And injury aside, is there anything worse that can happen to a jockey in this sport? Anything.
To
getting
win the Derby and have it taken away from you.
Other than
like
maybe
that.
getting disqualified after winning a Triple Crown, it does, injury aside, and the way, like I said, I learned more about Louis Saez, the person after that, and the respect for him as an individual, the class he displayed when a lot of athletes in modern day sports, whatever the case may be, would have handled it perhaps very differently.
Well, I think I would have handled it. I'd like, and I don't think any of us that have been around Luis for all these years and dealt with him at all were that surprised, because he's that kind of guy. But the way he handled it, just the grace he showed and the humility he has as a rider, I think he's a fabulous rider and a fabulous guy. And it's nice to see he and Kieran do so well. And if the one thing, I mean, I'll say 2 things about Tappet Trice. Obviously, be very happy for Louis. I'd also be very happy for Mandy Pope. She is putting up
what she's put into the
lot
sport?
of money into the game. She loves the game. She puts up a lot of money. And these are the people that support the game. There's 2 people. There's 2 groups. There's owners and bettors. Without either one of them, there's no game. And Mandy Pope is a great supporter of our game. And she's had her share of bad luck. You think about a horse like Charge It, who at this point you have to really wonder if the injuries have kind of caught up to him. He ran so poorly at Oaklawn, knowing how good he is.
Yeah.
And it's just issues.
Like that race here at Belmont, that happened. That happened.
No, and then she missed all the other races after the Dwyer last year, and he comes back and he doesn't run well, and it's disappointing, and it's a game that you have so many more disappointments than successes, but she's somebody that's done a lot to put money in the game. And listen, this goes for a lot of people involved in the races. Obviously, Mike Rapoli and Vinny Viola putting a great amount into the game as well and having success. But I think with that horse, Louis Saez, and the maximum security situation, and keep in mind, he's completely divorced from any of the Jason Service stuff. That's got nothing to do with Luis. He rode the horse, and he's a tough guy not to root for.
Won the Belmont Stakes, Essential Quality. He'll try with Tappet Trice, Bluegrass Stakes winner, trying to become that first Bluegrass winner since Strike the Gold in '91. At the gate here, final thoughts, Andy?
I bet the 5 to win. Co-Conspirator stayed a good price. We'll see if he dips down. He's now 4 to 1. And I boxed him with the 6, My Redemption. Good luck to whoever you may have met.
Very curious to see what that Kenny does coming off that big win at Indy a week ago. Drawn inside. Good betting race, very competitive, $12,500 claiming event. Travis Stone standing by with a call. Post time, race 3, Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bajan Rum toward the inside, breaks out okay. Gopher Sherry is also there. Co-conspirators not far behind either. And that Kenny down toward the rail, My Redemption, and way out there, Herd Immunity is racing up for that outside post to challenge for the top spot as well. So up the chute they go, Herd Immunity out to set the pace, and down inside that Kenny punches through to grab second, and these two go 1-2. My Redemption comes away third. Co-conspirators racing in fourth. Gopher Sherry angles outside fifth. Pikachu in sixth. Bajan Rum toward the inside seventh, and it's 6 lengths back to the trailer. Blueberry, who's outrun so far. Herd Immunity down the backstretch run leads the way, prompted by My Redemption second. Their opening quarter was 22-3. Here's the half, 45-4. Sharp pace onto the far turn set by Herd Immunity. The lead's a length. My Redemption hard on the chase in second. 2 lengths back, Pikachu third. And then it's Bajan Rum toward the inside fourth. 5 back, Blueberry is picking it up. Blueberry's now fifth and on the outside of Co-Conspirator, who's racing in sixth. So round the far turn, they still have to catch Herd Immunity, who hits the quarter pole in front. My Redemption on the outside to the attack off the turn. Herd Immunity's short lead. My Redemption is there. Bajan Rum is coming up the rail, in with a chance at the furlong pole. Herd Immunity still there by 2. Bajan Rum running up into second with Redemption outside, but they're still chasing Herd Immunity, and they will chase Herd Immunity all the way to the wire. Herd Immunity, gate to wire by 2.5. My Redemption, Bajan Rum, and Pikachu.
Right on cue, Saez strikes Herd Immunity in the third at Churchill Downs.
He did not project to be the speed, even stretching out, but Louis said, I'm going to be aggressive and I'm going to go. And unlike the ride the 5 got, and I'm not saying Co-Conspirator would have won, but he got a horrifically bad ride. Louis said, I'm going to go and I'm going to seize control of the race. And he did it wire to wire. Congrats to him and trainer Jason Barkley.
It's just Louis being Louis.
Yep.
Aggressive, setting the tempo, couldn't catch him late, swaps back to his left lead. Wrong lead, right result. Herd Immunity, the tepid 3-1 favorite. Louis Saez for Jason Barkley, as Andy mentioned. Barron Racing Stable, Herd Immunity at Churchill. When we come back, star jockey Flavien Pratt. The man of few words, mild-mannered, but a force in the saddle. Won a Kentucky Derby, not the way he wants. The story's next.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Beautiful paddock at Belmont Park. Live racing returning tomorrow afternoon. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Herd immunity. 3-1 lukewarm favorite. Good crowd there. Churchill Downs calling it Champions Day. Herd immunity. 7th lifetime win. First this year for trainer Jason Barkley. Barron Racing. Louis Saez taking it right to him from the start.
Yep, and that's why Louis Saez is such a popular rider. He is aggressive, and he's not afraid to put his horse in the best position, a position they don't necessarily look on paper like they're going to be in, and he deserves a lot of credit. And you'll note he wanted no part of being inside, and the horses that have been effective with speed have been off the rail.
Have you seen enough now to make that adjustment as a handicapper?
I don't want any horse that's going to be stuck down the inside, and I'm perplexed as to why any rider would be looking to go there at this point if they're paying any attention.
Something to follow moving forward, though we switch gears. First look at turf racing this afternoon in race number 4. Good maiden race. Mile and a 16th, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. Take a look at the no prices just yet. Flavien Pratt, who will be riding a first-time starter at Le Levre in the upcoming 4th race. He is one of the best jockeys in North America, Flavien Pratt. And on Saturday, he'll be trying to win a 2nd Kentucky Derby with Angel of Empire. His first a little bit complicated with Country House. But whatever happens in the Derby, win, lose, or draw, Flavien Pratt has already proven one thing. He can compete at the highest level anywhere. French jockey Flavien Pratt has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to the East Coast last spring.
4 straight graded stakes for Chad Brown and Flavien Pratt. They're putting on a show.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of rider and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Pratt.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13, and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Pratt's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred, and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Rougier, and she will deliver here, coming from off the pace under Flavien Pratt.
By 2019, Pratt had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Belmont in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. We took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
Could happen in just a few days. Pratt riding Angel of Empire in the Derby. You see some of the career highlights, what he's accomplished thus far. Very productive last summer, first full summer at Saratoga, Andy, and what he's done in the Kentucky Derby. Flavien Pratt, 5 mounts, 4 have hit the board. The win, Country House by disqualification, but 2 of them, Battle of Midway was 40-1. He ran 3rd, and Maximum Security or not, he's still got Country House to run 2nd at 65-1.
No, I'm a big fan of Flavien Pratt from what I've seen from him. He's a terrific rider. He's an aggressive rider. He rides the turf very well. He rides the dirt very well. I'm a huge fan of him and his talents.
Are you a huge fan of Angel of Empire, who was, like, in terms of pecking order for Brad Cox, he wasn't first string, improving. This is his win in the Arkansas Derby, as we've discussed all week. His Risen Star was kind of meltdown, last man standing. This one, this is an assault and a best version of Angel of Empire we've seen this season in the Arkansas Derby.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree a little on the Risen Star. I thought he ran well in there.
Did you?
I mean, I do think the pace favored him, but I do think he ran a good race. And I also think the Risen Star's a much better race than I think people might be giving it credit for.
Okay.
But this was a better performance. I agree. And what you have to like about him is his figures are ascending. They're getting better at every start. And also, he made a half-mile run in this race. He's not some horse. You want to say in the Risen Star it was a fast pace of collapse. He was the last man standing. Okay, fine. There is at least somewhat of an argument for that. Not the case here. He made the kind of move in this race that so often backfires, the premature move. And that half-mile sustained run he had is going to suit him very well in the Derby because I know, as you know, the Derby is not usually won in a rich strike style, in an orb style. It's not usually a meltdown. You want to be somewhat close top of the stretch. And the fact that he can make that long extended run as a closer is a big feather in his cap, and it shows his talent. So I picked him 5th.
Okay.
But I think he's a major player in this race. He's another horse that 8-10-1, he's a very viable play.
Angel of Empire, Flavien Pratt, that Arkansas Derby victory, and finally getting some respect. He was a big price in several races, certainly when he won the Risen Star. That Arkansas Derby was a breakthrough. Louis Saez, after the Risen Star, he said he was going elsewhere. There was another race, I think, the same day as his subsequent race. It may have been Secret Oath or may have been Tapit Trice, whatever it was. Right away, he wasn't going to continue with him. Flavien Pratt picking up the mount, Angel of Empire. Where would you expect Pratt to situate him in the early stages?
He'll be pretty far back. I mean, I could look at the pace projector, but he'll be towards the back of the pack. But I don't think that Flavien's going to be afraid to move early enough to make that move as they're heading into the far turn, because looking at the Arkansas Derby, this guy has a long, sustained run in him, and he's a talented runner. I had no respect for him in the Arkansas Derby. I didn't like him at all. I would have booked him in the Arkansas Derby. I could not have been more wrong. I've gained a lot of respect for him. I thought he ran extremely well, because once again, that is the kind of move, and we've seen it time and time again. You make that move around a half-mile pole, and it's like they get there in the turn, and they just hang, and here come the closers. Now, maybe the field wasn't that strong behind him, but he just kept on chugging along.
The way he did it. Angel of Empire, one of only 3 horses, single digits on the morning line for the Kentucky Derby. Forte, Tapit Trice, Angel of Empire, the 3rd choice, 8-1 for the 149th run for the Roses. See if Pratt can get that first win in the Derby outright on Saturday. Results in herd immunity. 892, Louis Saez. Over My Redemption, Bajan Rum, 862.
You know, the one thing I want to say about the disqualification, I understand the whole thing. You know, you want to finish first, you want to be the winner. You get disqualified from races. So you deserve that win when you get put up, because you're also going to get disqualified races, and it's rare it's going to happen in the Kentucky Derby, because it's rare that it happens in any races. But I feel like you get put up. You won the race.
Of course they won the race. Nobody's taking it from him.
Right. I understand what you're saying.
Belmont, Brad Cox, Giroux, Pratt, they all want to experience it in the moment.
But you know what? I mean, Bill Nye, I think, joked about it in the press conference afterwards. He'll take it.
Of course.
Got the Derby win, and I don't think you have to apologize for getting put up, because every trainer and rider will be taken down a number of times in their careers.
Who you take it in this 4th race, Churchill Downs? Our first look at grass racing today. Good filly mare race, mile and a 16th maiden special weight affair. You have 15 seconds to give me an answer.
No, I'm going to give more of an answer afterwards. I do think it's interesting that the 3 horses have to Koffel, speaking of Kieran McLaughlin. One of the things I'm really happy to see is, from what we've seen in this turf course so far, it is in much better shape than it was last year.
Moving the gate into line, first turf race of the afternoon, Champions Day at Churchill Downs.
Tonalist, a
a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 13th with a new 1240 First Post. The stakes are higher at the Jersey Shore, as every Saturday and Sunday card will feature at least one stakes event all season long. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
850, 875, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at belmontstakes.com.
It is California Chrome on the outside. Samrat runs at him with the 8 pole. California Chrome is pulling away. California Chrome into the final furlong. He's got a 5-length lead on his competition. It is California Chrome in front, and from the back of the pack on the outside, Commanding Curve is taken second. But California Chrome shines bright in the Kentucky Derby.
Second of 3 Kentucky Derby wins for jockey Victor Espinosa. A great story, blue-collar connections. Andy, California Chrome in the 14 Kentucky Derby.
California Chrome really grew on me as a horse. You know, he wasn't the fastest of horses when he was winning the Derby, but as time went on, he turned out to be a terrific racehorse, and he gave Arrogate all he could handle in that Breeders' Cup Classic. I voted for him for the Hall of Fame. I know he got a lot of bad press after his owner's regrettable comments after the Belmont Stakes, but that shouldn't take away from California Chrome. And I'll tell you something else. He had one of the greatest fan bases in history. I mean, they loved him. I love that.
California Chrome, he'd gallop in the Preakness, come up a bit short in his bid for a Triple Crown, behind Tonalist in the Belmont Stakes. There's a Pat's Chrome Compass by California Chrome. Unfortunately, don't think that's actually the 3 Wardea, but California Chrome is the sire of Pat's Chrome Compass. Don't think he's quite as good as California Chrome, and you see Todd Pletcher out there. Just off to the right, Pletcher, who has said this trio he's bringing to the Derby. Forte, Tappet Trice, Kings Barnes, collectively the best group he's ever brought to the Derby, and that's a bold statement.
Well, I mean, 2 of them are the first 2 choices, so that makes a lot of sense. So I can't argue with Todd. This year he is bringing horses that belong in the Derby. There have been other years that he brought horses where I'm sure if he spoke privately, he would have said,
sure,
not necessarily my first choice to run this horse in the Derby.
The 60-some-odd horses in the Derby. You know that the first post-time favorite, Todd Pletcher, ever started in the Derby, because all the ridicule he had taken for his overall record in the Derby, the first post-time favorite he ever saddled in the Derby was Always Dreaming.
Yeah, not surprised. It pains me when people say, oh, Todd has been like unsuccessful. He's got 2 wins and he's run all these horses. Give me a break. What should he have won, 2.5? You know, I mean, he won 2 Derbies. He ran a lot of horses that couldn't win. He ran multiple horses. Todd Pletcher's done just fine in the Derby, to say the least. He's done more than just fine in all the preps, and I think some of it is because he's had so much success in the preps that people say, why hasn't he won more Derbies? It ain't easy.
Maximizing horses' potential. So many of them that, like you said, if it was his call, probably would not have run them. The owners
100%.
want to experience the Derby.
100%. Listen, your dad, and I don't say this because you're here, is arguably as great a jockey that ever lived. He won one Derby.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, winning these races is very, very hard. So
50 years since he had to chase that big red machine.
Yeah.
Second was Sham.
He's a pretty good horse he ran in.
He was wrong place, wrong time. Pancho Martin, Sham's trainer, he had said that, the night before the Derby, he told my dad, he says, this horse is going to do something tomorrow that's never been done. Never been done. My dad's like, breaking track record, what's he going to... Pancho was right. That is still the second fastest Kentucky Derby ever run. Wrong place, wrong time, 50 years ago. Secretariat.
I mean, what are you going to do?
Derby.
You know, Alidar, easy goer, probably a Triple Crown winner if not for Sunday Silence. You know, you can go through history and look at those things. Great horses have lost these races. Great trainers have had struggled. How long did it take for Charlie Whittingham to win a Derby? Bobby Frankel never won a Kentucky Derby.
As close I believe, is it yesterday or today was the anniversary of the 2003 Kentucky Derby. 20 years. Bobby Frankel as close as you can come to winning a Derby without winning a Derby, finishing second and third with Empire Maker and Priest Rules behind the gutsy gelding funny side.
And if Empire Maker had more sound feet, he might have won the Triple Crown. There's a lot of might-haves out there. It's very hard to do it. Todd Pletcher doesn't have to apologize for just winning 2 Kentucky Derbies.
Try for a third on Saturday. King Barnes, Forte, Tappet Trice. Turning the page to this 4th race at Churchill. Grass racing, maiden special weight affair. Post parade. There's the daughter of California Chrome. Pat's Chrome Compass.
Yeah, and actually there's a little bit of okay turf pedigree. Only one horse won from the dam, but they all handled the turf. Big price.
And Nelda, better in her first 2 on synthetic at Turfway.
Now, this one doesn't really have a lot of turf pedigree. The dam side, a broken vow dam, so I'll be surprised if she moves forward.
Wardea, speaking of Todd Pletcher, the Red Ortiz riding.
To have to Takaffel, it's actually more of a dirt pedgree than this horse. I think she's being overbet.
Super Cool Storm, well-traveled. Chuck Fipke, homebred, number 5, Holy Foley, and Julian Leperoux figures to settle well off the pace.
As he likes to. Race 2 back makes her a player.
La Levra, debuting filly with Flavien Pratt.
She's got plenty of pedigree. Alstall, not great with first-time stars and turf routes, but there is a ton of good European. And the second dam was trained by Christophe Clement, won the Lake Placid.
What's to do? Ammerman homebred, 3rd in her last pair. The 8, the favorite, Gloria's Princess, a solid debut and room to improve.
And she is a half to one of my favorites, Harvey's Lil Goyle. She ran behind a Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, heavily bet favorite first time out.
Heckled. Andy, how can that not be your horse?
Done my share of heckling in my day. She had a little bit of a trip last time out.
Blessing the flag, 17 race maiden, 2nd in 3 straight, and then best performer, 1 geared, very 1 pace so far.
Yeah, I mean, once again, she has race to give her a chance to get a piece.
Empathy, Florent Giroux.
This is a dangerous one in here. Her dam, someone will remember, ran twice for Jorge Abreu, who trains this one and won both of her starts in the turf. She was okay. What I've done, I've used the 6 and 13 with the 8 in exactas. I keyed the 8 on top of those 2 and trying to get at least one of them into the exacta. 6 and 13.
The 8, Gloria's Princess. Number 3, now the favorite, Wardea. And with these guys, Pletcher, it's Ortiz. This was Wardea's debut. Mid-February, Gulfstream off the turf on synthetic. Wardea, Andy, lost a lot of ground early and finding her best stride late here.
It's ridiculous that she's the same price or favored over the 8 Gloria's Princess. Gloria's Princess ran the race on the turf. This is a horse that didn't debut till February of her 4-year-old year. Todd Pletcher ran her on synthetic. She ran fine. There's nothing wrong with her effort. It was good. It is not a pedigree that screams turf. There's some mild Euros in the second family, but she's a half to Takaffel, who is an extremely talented sprinter, ran second in the now Alan Jerkins behind Practical Jokes before winning the Vosburg for Kieran.
He was on the Derby trail early on in his career.
He was a bit of a handful as well. He ran off once here, and Maggie and I were talking about it recently. I'm sorry that we're having the technical difficulties because she would talk about it. He ran a full lap around the Belmont Oval running off and had to be scratched one day. But I don't know. This horse is getting bet because it's Todd and Irad.
That's the thing. That's why.
Worst people you could be involved with, but based on the racetrack, the 8 is supposed to be favored over this horse.
As the fillies and mares in this maiden race continue to warm up, front side there is a flying connection for the Kentucky Oaks. Taking it all in.
I think she'll
nice
have
and relaxed.
I think she'll have the lead early.
You think she makes the lead?
She's fast, but I just don't know.
And you said
if
on
she's
paper
good
it looks
enough.
like a race which should have an honest to fast pace.
Yeah, I mean, she is projected on the time, form, pace projector, which I am an adherent to be the speed and what's she going to do. And she did duel in a fast pace last time, but just coming from Sunland Park, her races at Sunland and Zia are so much better than her race at Del Mar. I'm going to be surprised when she turns out to be effective in here, but she has run figs. They'd give her a chance, and she does look like the speed.
She looks like she's going to come apart to me with anxiety as we get closer and closer to the Kentucky Oaks and the magnitude of the moment and the 100,000. They're going to. She looks like she's bursting at the seams.
Yes, I agree. But once again, she's going to be a big price, and if you like her, you should bet her. I mean, one thing, don't let anybody talk you off of big-priced horses in any race, much less the Derby and Oaks. If you like somebody to price, bet on them. You know, if somebody wants to dissuade you from betting 2-to-1 shots, it's one thing, but don't make yourself sick.
And this is the year.
At a
We
big
discussed
price.
this earlier. This is the year. Whether it's taking a filly who's never raced on dirt or breaking some other rules that typically wouldn't fit the mold of a typical Kentucky Oaks contender, a Kentucky Oaks winner, this would be the year as a handicapper that I think you can feel a little bit better going against the grain.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look to the Derby, and there are. It is much easier to make cases for horses than against horses. And if somebody comes here and says to you, he's just not good enough, he's not good enough, that was not good enough, they haven't really handicapped the race. That's not handicapping. Because looking through this Kentucky Derby, and I got the PPs in front of me, somewhere around here, I mean, you look through, and we'll start up Hit Show. Viable, verifying viable, 2 fills viable. Confidence Game, if he hadn't missed that start, he might be my pick. I can't pick him off that, but he's a very talented horse. I wish he'd run in the Lexington, skip this race and run in the Preakness.
That's a perfect example, though. If you would normally say, there's no way I'm betting a horse in the Derby who hasn't raced in 10 weeks. That hasn't been done since the 20s. Longest recent layoff, I think 7 weeks authentic in the COVID Derby in September a few years back. But this would be the year that you would say, you know what, this is the year to take a shot with something like that, a horse who otherwise you're saying, okay, that rule's not going to be broken, a horse who hasn't raced in 2.5 months.
But it wasn't by design. That's what bothers me about it. But once again, he's talented enough to win this race. I don't like Kingsbarn, but he ran a fast race last time. Reincarnate, he could be forward. He's not a total bum. He's not without a chance.
You're going to be surprised if he makes the lead.
Yeah, because I think Dermot Sotagaki's got to go. But I won't be, will I be shocked? No, because they got to go with him. Mage is definitely good enough to win this race. Skinner, I have questions about him at the distance, but I don't question his talent. I think he's good enough. Practical move, same. I don't like Disarm at all. I think he's just too slow, and he's distance challenged. He would shock me. Jace's Road, same thing. He would shock me. Sun Thunder, he would shock me. Not Angel of Empire, not Forte. Ray's Cane would shock me. So there's 4 horses. Dermot Sotagaki, he wouldn't surprise me at all. Rocket Can, he's run okay. I don't really like him, but he's not untalented. Lord Miles,
blinkers on, Bugsy.
Listen, Lord Miles' best races, last race, maybe he's improving. He's not for me, but I get it a little bit, and I don't know how Continuar is going to do it. He just got so easily beaten by Dermot Sotagaki, but I'm talking about 15 horses you can make a real case for in this race. This is not a Derby where somebody, now listen, maybe Forte and Tabatrice run 1-2. Not impossible. They're both very good horses. But in my opinion, if you're just dismissing horses out of hand in this race, you really haven't done your homework.
Forte, I think we both agreed somewhere in the 9-2 range at post time.
I think he's going to, I did this poll. I don't know if you saw it where I had 1,500 people voted. It was 5-2 or less. I think I blocked you on Twitter. You're a terrible person that you are. 5-2 or less, 3-1, 7-2, 4-1 or more. 4 to 1 or more got 7%. It was about 70%
Wait,
were
4 to
5
1 or more got
yeah,
7?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like 70% were 3 to 1 or 5 to 2, which I think is completely wrong.
I think this feels like a Sarland. Remember when Sarland was favored in the Derby in 02 and Harlan's Holiday was a morning line favorite and Medaglia d'Oro was right. I think he was like a 6 to 1 favorite, something crazy. I don't think it gets that high, but I think like 9 to 2 feels about right to me.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you.
This 4th race at Churchill, these fillies and mares filing into the gate in those Shadwell colors. You saw Irad Ortiz to pilot Forte in Saturday's Run for the Roses. We turn things over to Travis Stone. First look at turf racing this afternoon. Post time, race 4, Champions Day, Churchill.
Waiting for La Levra, Best Performer and Empathy. They're in the gate. And they're off. Gloria's Princess breaks on top, but is quickly looking for the lead. Super Cool Storm is there, heckled from the outside, and down at the rail is Pat's Chrome Compass, an up-close second, biased the first time. Gloria's Princess out to set the pace. Here's heckled. Up to grab second, Pat's Chrome Compass toward the inside third. Super Cool Storm comes away fourth. Wardea over to the inside to save ground fifth. Best Performers racing in sixth. La Levra in seventh, blessing the flag, get a bit tight there, running along in eighth. What's to do, advancing outside ninth. Holy Foley advancing inside from 10th. Then it's Aunt Nelda in 11th by 3. And Empathy's to trailer to the backstretch run. And the opening quarter goes in 23 and 3. And it's Gloria's Princess coasting along up top now. She opens up a length and a half. Heckled is a tracking second by 2.5 more lengths. Pat's Chrome Compass is back in third. Wardea's come off the rail now and it sets up outside fourth for the run of the far turn. And they hit that far turn and it's Gloria's Princess bounding along up top. The leader a length and a half for the far turn run. Heckled is still right there second. Wardea starting to make some progress. 3 wide third. Best Performer 4 wide fourth. What's to do? 5 wide fifth and moving up. Blessing the flag is right there in behind horses as they hit the top of the stretch. Gloria's Princess heads for home in front by 3 now. Gloria's Princess spurts away now by 4. Wardea runs up into second. Best Performer blessing the flag. Everybody chasing Gloria's Princess and Luis Saez, who takes them wire to wire. Gloria's Princess, no doubt about it. 5 lengths in the end. Wardea was second. Best Performer was third, and Blessing the Flag was fourth.
No doubt about it is right, Travis Stone. A blowout. Glorious Princess. Brendan Walsh saddled the winner yesterday. Luis Saez went wire to wire on dirt in the third. Wire to wire on grass with the favorite in the fourth. Glorious Princess at 3 to 2.
You ride the best horse, you put him in front. And that's what he did, and she was an hour and a half the best in this race. The 3 did get second, but it was a very, very distant second. I keep my eye on Empathy, who did a little bit of running after not breaking well and being well back in the pack. But this half to Harvey's Little Goyle, and owned by the Harvey A. Clark Racing Stable LLC. Of course,
you loved
passed
her.
away. I loved Harvey's Little Goyle. She was one of my real favorites, all-time favorite. I loved her as a horse. Very good horse. She won the QE too.
Third in a Breeders' Cup race at a big price, right?
Yeah.
Filly Mare Turf.
A very good one. Rushing Fall finishing second. Maybe Rushing Fall's best career race, and she lost.
At Keeneland a couple of years back. Glorious Princess here. Luis Saez. Back-to-back victories. Last year, taking down the Kentucky Oaks. Secret Oath on Saturday. Tappet Trice, Bluegrass winner, trying for a first win in the Kentucky Derby. And when we come back, live racing from Horseshoe Indy. Love that drone shot. You like playing at Pick 5? Padding the Derby bankroll starts in the first. The opener from Horseshoe Indy next on America's Day at the Races.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, in all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that Thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
As we welcome you back to America's Day at the Races, live look in the paddock here, Belmont Park, opening day tomorrow. Andy, how much would you say the emphasis, the focus on Thoroughbred aftercare has changed since you first became involved with the sport?
A zillion%. I mean, something that is obviously extremely important, but it has become a major focus for so many people in and around horse racing to understand that these horses give everything they have for our pleasure, and they deserve a fair retirement and to be treated humanely. And there has been such a huge effort by so many people towards this, and I think it's something that you just never really heard about 25 years ago, 30 years ago. But through a lot of hard work by a lot of people and bringing awareness to it, we have made great strides. We can always make more strides, but It's a very important thing.
Great strides from Gloria's Princess. Louis Saez back-to-back wins, and you could tell around the far turn. Ears twitching, comfortably traveling. It was only a question of how far.
Yeah, no, this is actually a very nice horse. I'm curious to see what she does going forward because she ran very well in there.
Stellar in victory in race number 4. Back to dirt for the 5th race. That's coming up next. From Churchill Downs, still have a couple of stakes races, plus more on the lead-up to the Kentucky Derby and a spectacular undercard. First stakes race, Saturday, Derby City Distaff featuring a champion, Goodnight Olive. Not the only Breeders' Cup winner you'll see. Cody's Wish, 2023 debut, last year's Story of the Year in Thoroughbred Racing.
At Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. That Secretariat looking right through your soul, Andy. Staring at you. Right through your soul. He's like, you know what I did 50 years ago? Moving like a tremendous machine right here at Belmont Park. First, the Derby and the lead-up to the Run for the Roses. The undercard is absolutely loaded. 9 stakes races on Saturday. Like the first one is the 4th race on the card, and a Grade 1 Derby City Distaff, and a champion who's pretty much forgotten how to lose in Goodnight Olive, number 2, 4-5, rightfully so. The champion female sprinter 2022, Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner, highly decorated, and really excited about seeing her on Saturday in the Derby City Distaff.
Yeah, and I think that this is her win in the
Breeders' Cup.
But her last race, the Madison, I think a lot of people might say, well, she just barely held on and beat an inferior horse. They probably moved too soon with her. I think that Irad was aggressive in riding her and went after Society. And listen, Society was probably the second choice in there. He probably felt she wanted to beat, didn't want to get away, but she got a little late in there because she moved early into a fast pace that collapsed. So for a comeback race, I thought it was a very good one. But make no mistake, she's facing Wicked Halo, who, while she finished a few lengths behind her in the Breeders' Cup, has improved since then. She's facing Matarea, so she has some competition. And I even think Hot and Sultry cutting back for Norm Cassidy on short rest is a little bit dangerous. So this is not an easy spot for her. No, but she is very much the horse to beat.
First of 9 stakes races on Saturday, Grade 1 Derby City Distaff. Goodnight Olive. We mentioned a couple of Breeders' Cup winners we'll see on Saturday. Such a great story. Cody's Wish, and here he is, all set for his 2023 debut. 4-5 in the morning line in the Churchill Downs, and this such a great moment, certainly the greatest moment in terms of a story at the Breeders' Cup this past fall, and Cody's Wish in the dirt mile, exerting his superiority late.
And he's a better one-turn horse. So races like the Churchill Downs Handicap, and I imagine they're hoping that things go well enough here, win or lose. He comes to the Met Mile at Belmont. He's a better one-turn type because a closing type, he gets those faster paces. He gets his legs under him. This race, he didn't have the easiest of trips. Both he and Cyberknife ran winning races in there, and I thought he ran extremely well to get it done. When his horse just got better and better for Belmont. It's a grade 1. You want to win it. It's still the first start of the year. And that was kind of interesting that maybe his biggest challenge comes from Endorsed, who's with Mike Maker now, but he was originally a Godolphin horse, and he broke his maiden first time out at Saratoga, and he beat a horse named Ahead of Plan, who was maybe the most expensive big drama ever sold, selling as a 2-year-old, and he ran him down with a fast figure at Saratoga, not with Godolphin anymore, and maybe an ex-Godolphin will be able to beat current Godolphin.
Interesting storyline. You know he's going to be overbet. That's a given. Just name recognition, Breeders' Cup winner. But is this the race to try and take a shot against this guy?
Yeah. I mean, listen, he's very good, and his form was getting terrific, and if he can keep extending on it. But he's now a 6-year-old. He comes back a year later. You don't know if he's as good his first start. So we'll see. Yeah, I could take a chance against him, but I harbor no illusions. He's the horse to beat.
Last race before the Kentucky Derby, about 2.5 hours before the Derby. A lot can change in terms of the main track and what we're witnessing in the early stages of the program. Again, that Churchill Downs, the last race before the Kentucky Derby on Saturday.
On the dirt.
On the dirt.
Right.
Yeah, on the dirt.
Right.
Just to clarify, a couple of grass races in between.
Just one, right?
I think that it's just a long time in between post times.
Just
yeah,
I
think the Churchill Downs is the 10th on dirt, then you have the Turf Classic, and then the Derby around 6:45.
You are more familiar than most with filling time between those races.
It's
a little too familiar.
Race goes official, 42 minutes, 49 minutes, and like an hour or so in between the Turf Classic and the Kentucky Derby. Here we are, Horseshoe Indy, getting ready for the first. And that early pick 5. Of course, you can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Join now. Get a $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members can earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at nairabets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Is there supposed to be as big a gap in price between the 7 Bad Boy Geist and the 6 Who's for Justice? I agree that Bad Boy Geist is the horse to beat, having run a 64 buyer at 5.5 furlongs last time, and it was a race where the speeds ran around the track together. But I thought Who's for Justice ran okay first time out at 6 furlongs. Now, he's coming off a layoff. Haven't seen him in almost 6 months, but I'm not sure it's supposed to be 3-5 and 3-1.
Discrepancy between those two. Third choice would be a first-time starter, relatively live on the board, finally getting to the races as a 4-year-old gelding, a Gold Diggin' Devil.
But they have to bet somebody else, you know what I mean? And this one does show some reasonably quick work, so I can see why he's getting bet, certainly more so than a War Dancer. Who's more of a turf sire. Obviously, the 7 is the horse to beat, but I think at the prices, I'd rather take 3-1 and Who's for Justice off the layoff. So I'll go 6-7.
Bad Boy Geist, odds on 3-5. John G. Dooley standing by. State-bred maidens, 5.5 furlongs in the first from Horseshoe Indy.
Now Santo Sanjor, Who's for Justice. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Bad Boy Geist. Son of Flat Out Loads at 4-5. Wendon well, Bad Boy Geist. Stand by one more. Malcolm Franklin with 10 times started Runaway Image. Green with a white diamond belt. At 5.5 furlongs. Main track fast for today's 9-race card. First of the day, they're in the gate. Weighing running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Infinity's Warrior rockets out. Good speed from Runaway Image, and right there, Who's for Justice, and there's the first favorite, Bad Boy Geist, who's close up as well as they vie for it, running through the first furlong and a half. It's Infinity's Warrior, 3/4 length to Who's for Justice. Bad Boy Geist a close third. Runaway Image is a wide fourth, with toward the inside, Gold Diggin' Devil in fifth at the 3.5. Then it's a break of 5 more. Back there to Jack of all trades with, on the far outside, Secretariat d'Amour, who's looking to launch a bid with in between horses, Quality Dancer among the back markers here in the Wednesday opener. The quarter was 22.68 seconds as these maidens come past the quarter pole. And toward the inside, just in front, Who's for Justice? Bad Boy Geist is under pressure, and a sweep now by the newcomer, Gold Diggin' Devil, who's taking the front here for Joe Ramos. 1 furlong to go. Gold Diggin' Devil has slipped away now from Bad Boy Geist. With toward the rail, Who's for Justice? Secretariat d'Amour is 4th. Then Runaway Image and Infinity's Warrior. Gold Diggin' Devil first up on debut by 6. Bad Boy Geist was 2nd. Who's for Justice 3rd. Secretariat d'Amour finished 4th. Well clear.
His sire was precocious, very good at 2. Daredevil. This guy doesn't get to the races till he's 4, but strikes on debut. Does Gold Diggin' Devil at Horseshoe Indy.
Just annihilated the field. I mean, it made that move in the turn, and he made it look like Bad Boy Geist and Who's for Justice, and Bad Boy Geist got the best of that one, but they were standing still. What did he win, by 5 or 6 lengths in here?
Easy win.
He was.
Joe Ramos, Michael Weaver winning trainer. What price was he? Did you guys catch the price on Gold? About 9-2?
Trainer's okay with firsters. You know, he's at 20% with firsters going into this, now about 21% with a ROI of close to $5.
Daredevil, a Champagne winner. Went out west as a contender for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
I'm sorry. Oh, no, that was his overall numbers. He's 0 for 1 with firsters. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Michael Weaver winning trainer. Prices coming up. Horseshoe Indy, riders up. Churchill back to the dirt. Just a $10,000 claimer. Non-winners 2 lifetime. 6 furlong sprint. And there's the favorite at 3-2 here. Towing with Rafael Bejarano.
Yeah, I'm worried that Towing, I would bet against Towing. There figures to be pace between Towing, the number 4 Loot the Moon, and the 9 Swiss Guard, all of whom seem to have speed. And he's the inside speed on a racetrack that I don't want to be on the rails. So Towing is a horse that could very easily get buried down on the inside. So I think that makes him highly vulnerable in this race.
He runs second a lot.
Yep.
There's a reason he's in this race, but a lot of second place finishes.
Yes, they're all 1 for horses. I always remember saying once in a show years ago, I was on with Harvey Pack, and I said, often close but never wins. And Harvey said, yes, that's why he's a maiden.
He was the greatest.
Yep.
He was the greatest, Harvey Pack. Harvey Pack, stake race named after him? Yes, no?
Yes. The Harvey Pack will be running the last Saturday of the meet in Saratoga.
It's perfect.
And I think it's really great. You know, he was such a great representative of the horse players, and you know, he's been gone a couple of years, but people still, especially in Saratoga, people constantly ask me about him. And when he was alive, they would constantly ask me about him. I would tell Harvey, they'd say, is Harvey still alive? I miss Harvey.
May the horse be with you.
Yep.
Post parade for the 5th. There is Towing. All those second place finishes, the 10 races, the 1 win, 5 runner-up efforts.
The other thing is his big figure last time came on a sloppy sealed track.
Roan for the Rose, aptly named Colt.
Yeah, I mean, he ran a good figure last time going to the dirt at Indiana Grand. Can he bring that for him to Churchill?
Rayla Gutierrez looking for a second win multi-platinum.
Yeah, I don't love these coming out of a big fig in a 5 furlong race, and his figures for the most part going 6 are lower.
Loot the Moon by Dialed In, defeated Derby favorite about a decade ago, got the bob here, currently 10-1.
Another horse coming from synthetic. He did win his last dirt start, albeit in a slow figure.
Master Lee, 1 for 20 lifetime.
Yeah, that's a little bit tough to take. This one just also seems a little slow, and he's better on synthetic.
We mentioned the favorite runs second a lot. So does the second choice, Lemon Drop Shot.
I know the 9 seconds and 15 starts with just the 1 win, but he is the horse to beat on paper.
Swiss Guard on the outside, Overlay.
Yeah, he is an overlay because he's the outside of the speed. Now, he's running 5.5 furlong races, and I always wonder about those figs, but he's got a big fig 2 races back, and I like his positioning out there. How about a little 7-9 box? What do you think?
That works. That works.
My play.
Lemon Drop Shot.
I want to bet against the 1.
Well, let's look back and see. This is why he's the 8-5 favorite. You mentioned that big figure last fall. Churchill down, so he's been off since mid-November in the slot. And here he is, battling, but in the end, like he has in so many other of his races. He runs well. He runs fast. He's competitive, but he's going to come up ahead short.
Right, but he's lost a lot of races at short prices. It's a very different racetrack. It's his best fig. His other figures on dry tracks are much lower. He's on the rail. There's other speed. The rail hasn't appeared to be a good place to be. I think he's a terrible favorite.
8-5. And there is Disarm, a kiss on the cheek from his Hall of Fame trainer, Steve Asmussen, who he does it all, does Asmussen. There he is, Disarm, who many have said, and this isn't my area of expertise, but just how much he looks like his sire, Gunrunner. Unfortunately, not as fast, not as talented as Gunrunner. Not yet, anyways.
No, it's tough to be as good as Gunrunner. He was pretty good. But Gunrunner was a horse that was, is a good horse earlier in his career, but he didn't get what he was. And when it really changed for him was when they sent him to lead in the Clark.
Disarm's like, leave my tongue alone.
A lot of people seem to like Disarm. I don't get it at all.
You were saying about Gunrunner?
Well, he didn't get Clark was his coming out party, and I think what really changed for him was when they got aggressive with him and they started setting the lead. That's when things turned around for him, and he had a tremendous season, tremendous 4-year-old year.
Trainer Keith DeSormo, second with Exaggerator. In 2016, behind Nyquist, won the Preakness Exaggerator. My Boy Jack, still one of the biggest mysteries ever, where all that money poured in on with My Boy Jack a few years back. That is confidence game. He is one to keep an eye on in the paddock on Saturday. He was somewhat unglued before his Rebel win at Oaklawn Park and rambunctious, and they've talked about the lack of maturity, but he is coming around, trying to win the Kentucky Derby off of a 70-day layoff, and as you mentioned, that was not the plan. Keith DeSormo said that Rebel effort just knocked him out and took him a long time to recover. It was supposed to be Louisiana Derby. No, he's not ready. Arkansas Derby, no, not yet. Maybe the Lexington, no. And he said one option is training up to the Derby. That's exactly what DeSormo decided to do.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see from a horse in the Kentucky Derby. I don't care who they are. And I think he's a very, very good horse. I thought his Rebel was sensational. He was part of the pace. He made the first move. He held off all the closers. I thought it was an excellent effort. I think he's a very good horse. But I don't want to go into the Kentucky Derby with deviations from the right plan. It's too tough a race to win to do it under those circumstances. I think had he run the Lexington and they skipped the Derby and went right to the Preakness, he would have been a very, very dangerous horse going forward. But listen, maybe he'll need the Derby and maybe he'll still win the Preakness, much like Exaggerator did for Keith DeSormo.
He's going to be in the mix early on as well. Look at some of his prior races. He's right there. He does have speed. He's fresh. I think Verifying goes from the 2. Confidence Game from the 4. Johnny Velasquez on Reincarnate from the 7. I think Confidence Game is going to be in that first flight.
Derma Sotogaki's supposed to be in front. The time form base projector.
I don't know. I don't know.
He's going. He's
going.
He's going. He is going. And Confidence Game is listed as second in the pace projector. Verifying third. You mentioned the 7, Reincarnate, could be forward in there as well.
Jace's Road.
Also, the number 18, Rocket Can, could be forward. Jace's Road, he's a horse that could be forward. We'll see. Lots of questions.
I think
all of which will be answered.
Derma Sotogaki, I think.
You don't think he's going?
I think in front of that second flight.
I don't agree. I believe he will be in front. He ran so much better in front in the UAE Derby than he did in the Saudi Cup, a Saudi Derby when he tried to rate.
He's won from off the pace in the past. There is some versatility there. And last year, the reason we had the pace as torrid as it was, the Japanese runners really turning up the heat early on.
Especially the other one, the more lightly regarded one, and that was, of course, one of the biggest wicked paces we've seen, probably since the one that involved in 2005. Is it?
That was Bellamy Road.
Yes.
All the heat that he took.
He ran an unbelievable race in defeat. He's one of the horses that it most annoys me, the lack of respect he gets and the foolishness of talking about his wood as though it was some sort of freakish, not really him, because he ran that race. He ran great in the Derby, and then doesn't come back to the Travers and finishes a game second to Flower Alley, who was absolutely terrific. Bellamy Road was a horse that had issues, but he, I believe, is one of the most talented horses of the 21st century.
Front running Wrecking Ball, a 126 Beyer speed figure in the Wood Memorial, owned by George Steinbrenner. Yeah, the pace was hot in that 05 Derby. 2001, very fast. Last year, supersonic.
Who was his original trainer?
So Zito had him, because I think he broke his maiden in Delaware or something.
Not for Nick. Michael Dickinson.
I didn't remember that.
I've stumped Lafitte. My day is complete. It took a while, but I did it. And I feel good about it.
Now he's saying goodbye. We're off the air in like 5 minutes anyways. At least you and I are. Post-time race 5 live, Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Loot the Mood mid-pack breaks out on top, so too does Towing toward the inside. Farther out, Swift Guard is racing up for the lead as well. Swift Guard from the outside post, Towing from the rail, and they're split by Multi-Platinum, who comes on to grab third. Loot the Moon is now racing in fourth. Masterly comes away fifth. Got the Bob in the clear, while sixth. Roan for the Rose toward the rail seventh. 4 lengths back to the trailer. Lemon Drop Shot, who's dropped 8 lengths off the lead. Far turn run, Towing takes over. Towing onto the far turn in front. Multi-Platinum pressing on the outside. Multi-Platinum and Towing round the far turn together. The opening quarter in a swift 21-1. 5 lengths back. Got the Bob with a wide trip is up into third as they come for the top of the stretch. Towing by the quarter pole, turning for home in front by 3. Shaking off Multi-Platinum. Got the Bob comes through toward the rail. Lemon Drop Shot, who was last earlier, has taken over second and is closing in quickly. 1 furlong to go. Towing 4-length lead. Lemon Drop Shot finishing well, but is still second, and time is running out. Time is running out to catch Towing, and Towing will do it. Towing under the wire to win it by 3. Lemon Drop Shot second. Roan for the Rose rallied for third, and Got the Bob was fourth.
Towing. No second place finish on this afternoon. They couldn't catch him late. Rafael Bejarano, Carlo Vaccaressa, Towing, second lifetime win, delivers in the 5th at Churchill.
And I can close my my day here by watching a horse that galloped at 8-5. I didn't like it all.
A horse can still win, but you can point out as a handicapper, as an example of horses in the future that you don't necessarily want to back at 8-5.
Yeah, listen, if you're not comfortable being wrong, especially doing public handicapping, you're in the wrong line of work.
Else.
Right. I'm not comfortable. I'm very comfortable being wrong. I feel like I try to be right occasionally.
The son of Uncle Mo. Didn't have a chance to see him in the Derby for Rapoli, Pletcher. Velasquez back in 2010. Defected a couple of days before the race.
He was pretty good.
He was really good.
More than pretty good.
Really good. Yeah. 2-year-old champ. Towing, maybe not as fast as his sire, but fast enough to beat this crew. Comes through a winner. 8-5, Towing in the 5th from Churchill Downs. Results when we come back, as our coverage continues. Derby week from Churchill, America's Day at the Races, right here on Fox Sports 2.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000 hit $1,950,000 in the vertical 50 $1,950,000 hit $1,950,000 in the vertical 50 in the vertical 50 we're $1,950,000 $1,950,000 $2 million quickly $2 million $2 million $1 $2 million $1 $2 million hold on $2 million $2 million $50 all through and I have boom. Thank you both. $2 million Roger's way. Good luck.
Can't wait for tomorrow afternoon, opening day of the spring meet here at Belmont Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Good crowd out at Churchill. Favorite here does not disappoint. Towing finally that second career win. In command at the top of the stretch with that Michael Jordan tongue wag thing.
Much the best. 8-5 I didn't like. He galloped.
Another second place finish, though, for Lemon Drop Shot, who completes the exacta, make it 10.
10 times second. And you know what? He made no run to get even near the end. He does not.
I'm Lemon Drop Shot.
He doesn't want
I
to
run
win that
second.
guy.
Why are you so mean to Richard Migliore, who's coming up next with Greg Wolf? First thing my man says to Rich, he's like, got to rub it in a little bit with his New York Rangers.
No, I was commiserating it all.
You know that he's trying to process this.
No, I was not. I was commiserating, like friends do.
Not commiserating.
You have no friends. I have friends. I know what it's like to have friends. You.
The parting haymaker right before he heads for Churchill Downs.
You started it.
Richard, he's not going to take that lightly.
He's okay. He's tough.
Greg Wolf, Richard Migliore coming up next. Andy Surley making his way right there. Churchill Downs. For the Derby, towing, 534, 310, 252. Towing over Lemon Drop Shot. Roan for the Rose. We still have stakes racing coming up a little bit later on in the program. Isaac Murphy is first. Would you like in that Isaac Murphy? Next, the favorite. You like Calibre? That's right, at a price, 12-1.
No, it'll be about 7-2 or something.
12-1 on the morning line.
Ridiculous morning line.
All that coming up. The big Greg Wolf taking over America's Day at the Races. What about Mage in the Kentucky Derby? Runner-up in the Florida Derby. Can he pull off the upset? Doesn't have the experience trying to win the Derby in his 4th career start. We'll find out on Saturday around 6:45. Stick around. America's Day at the Races continues.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
As they head to the back stretch, it's a tight pack.
He's going to pull ahead. The Twin Spires expert picks were all optimistic.
You've got the best speed rating in the field. Don't fail me now.
Man, I love this horse's name.
And from far behind, here comes Frank. It's neck and neck. Frank is winning. Frank wins!
Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. Get your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd in eligible races.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
These are the trainers and teachers, the cooks, carpenters, and clockers, grooms and gardeners. These are the hard-working people who show up every day to keep horse racing running across the state. Good-paying jobs that support New York families, along with the thousands of local businesses that depend on Belmont Park. Modernizing Belmont Park would generate $1 billion in economic activity and protect and create thousands of jobs. Albany, create New York jobs. Modernize Belmont Park.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910.
The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare in full, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan.
So our stallions stand
from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand-in nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the full stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Forum.
We are back on our continuing live coverage of Kentucky Derby Week at Churchill Downs. Horseshoe Indy coverage coming up as well. It's presented in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. That site right there getting set to kick off this Belmont meeting starting tomorrow. We look forward to that. Greg Wolf, champion jockey Richard Migliori, and our little cozy studio. We don't get to use it a lot, but I love it here. One of the best views of anywhere.
Yeah, we've got the owner's boxes right behind us, down to the winner's circle, the expansive Belmont Park racetrack behind us. And it's warm as opposed to the third floor set, which is wide open.
A little chilly up there. Yeah, we're just getting moved in, though. That's going to change. Big one coming up on Saturday. Obviously, one of the stronger hands any trainer has ever had, leading into a Kentucky Derby with the 3 that Todd Pletcher is going to send out, including the 2-year-old champion Forte, who has been magnificent as a 3-year-old coming back and deserves to be the horse to beat going in.
No doubt, your 2-year-old champion. He had that racing as a 2-year-old for all his foundation. And I thought he overcame a lot in the Florida Derby. Mage made a bit of a premature move to the front in his 3rd start, and people could say he can, certainly improve. But Forte was kind of wide in between horses to nowhere. Looked like he wasn't running much at all. Finally, Irad Ortiz was able to angle him out to the clear. And once he dropped his head and caught Mage, watch the ease in which he went from he couldn't win to winning with his ears up and almost with something left. Now, I think that this was an impressive effort, and people maybe are underrating it a bit.
Meanwhile, the horse he passed in the stretch, who looked like he was going to win that race, here he is, Mage, son of good magic. That was just, as you said, the 3rd start of his career to run that big in the first grade 1 of his life. That early on, there's a lot of upside here.
A lot of upside. Certainly can take another step forward. Do you want him in the 4th start? And honestly, even though it was a little bit of a premature move, I think he had every chance to beat Forte, and I think you're going to see a better version of Forte in the Derby.
Well, this one interesting. The man who will be aboard, Javier Castellano, who has plenty of experience in Kentucky Derbies, really in all the big races. Former 4 consecutive year in a row Eclipse Award winners, outstanding jockey. 15 Derby mounts, his best on Audible, a 3rd place finish 2018.
you know, Javier Castellano is a Hall of Famer, and he's put together a Hall of Fame career. And the Kentucky Derby does not define a rider. It may to the general public, but within the industry, we know how difficult it is to win it. And you look at some of the records of some of the great riders, Hall of Famers themselves over the year. Lafitte Pincay, 1 for 21. Pat Day, 1 for 22. Corey Nakatani will be inducted, enshrined in Racing's Hall of Fame this year, 0 for 18. It's a very difficult race to win. You have to have the right horse on the right day, doing well at the right moment, work out the trip. And it's gotten harder as the fields have gotten bigger. Consistently, 20 horses in the field. Best record in the Kentucky Derby? Bill Hartack, 12 mounts, 5 wins from 12 mounts in the Derby. Eddie Arcaro, 21 mounts, 5 wins, 3 seconds, 2/3. So you're talking about gaudy numbers there. But, again, it's not a race that defines a career. Of course, we all want to win it. I would have loved to have won it. I was 0 for 6 in it. But I really believe it's one of those races, it's almost preordained. There's one with your name on it, it'll happen.
I'm going to ask you a little bit later on. I know you have a horse that you really like picked out to this point. You're going to wait to make your selection, though. But I want to get to you later back in the program who you most would want to ride. Think on that for a bit.
Sure.
We'll get back to it. I know you're really high on Angel of Empire.
I am.
Looking at numbers, too, I'm becoming even more high on that horse for Brad Cox. We'll talk more about it coming up. 2023 Kentucky Derby. It's going to be a wild week. It's already underway under the Twin Spires. We got a lot more coming up on this Wednesday afternoon from Louisville right after this.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers.
It's Bushido coming down to the wire in the Ontario Racing Stakes has run them ragged.
A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Look at those iconic Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. Here's today's remaining action presented by Claiborne Farm. Late pick 5 coming up next at Churchill. That includes that Isaac Murphy Marathon. Lone Rock back in action, who for a time was the best marathon dirt runner in the country. And then we'll get into Horseshoe Indy Race 3 coming up in about 27 minutes or so. As mentioned, part of that late pick 5, the feature on this Wednesday card. The Isaac Murphy 1.5 mile main track, and there is Lone Rock. 5-2 from that inside post. His comeback race last year as an 8-year-old. Not as strong as we're used to see him, at least from some of the numbers I look at, coming back. didn't break tremendous, had that outside post, still second, beaches to length. Is he
Yeah.
the same horse? Can he be as good as he was?
Well, I don't know if we can say definitively if he's the same horse or not yet, but I think that was a really good comeback race. It's very difficult to get ready to go a marathon distance on works alone. So he hadn't been seen since July, late July, up in Saratoga going a mile and 3/4, comes back in April, a mile and a half, and I thought he ran extremely well and could take a big step forward off of that effort.
All right, we'll have that coming up as the 8th on this Wednesday card at Churchill Downs as we take you to Horseshoe Indy. As you see, loading up for race 2. They're off the turf today. This one 5.5 furlongs scheduled for the main track. Condition claiming race, fillies, mares, 3 and up, and the 2, Magnificent Revenge. 9-5 favorite with the 7 taking money outside as well.
Yeah, Deshaun Parker, perennially one of the leading riders, if not the leading rider at Horseshoe Indy, and just a terrific young man.
A 6-year-old debut for Magnificent Revenge coming up. John Dooley with the call. Race 2, Horseshoe Indy.
Hoppistry now 9-5 favorite, 2-1 Magnificent Revenge, 5-2 Mrs. K. Stand by, one more. Javier Tavares with Hoppistry. The 9-year-old mare, the maiden opener went at 104.93 fast track. Seconds of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Mrs. K peels right away for Alberto Burgos. Quickly engaged by Sweet Ginger in the black silk. So there's Sweet Ginger, who's taking a short lead from Malcolm Franklin. Sweet Ginger edges away from Mrs. K through the first furlong and a half, and Hoppistry now gains on the outside. Then toward the rail, she ran up the Amex. Black silks with a red cap. First run of 2023 for the next grade. Magnificent Revenge in between horses. And they're joined on the outside by Band from Midway. She ran up the Amex at 15-1. Now trails the Fillies Mare Sextet. The opening quarter into the wind in 23.40 seconds. But now with inside 3 furlongs to go, it's Sweet Ginger's lead. Coming toward the quarter pole, Sweet Ginger in front. Up on the outside, Hoppistry was launching her bid for Javier Tavares. Mrs. K straightens away in third. Band from Midway gearing up on the far outside. Magnificent Revenge, and she ran up the Amex. They're in the final furlong and a half toward the rail. It's Sweet Ginger. Sweet Ginger holding on to this lead. Just better than 2 lengths in front of Hoppistry, trying hard. Mrs. K now flattens, and on the outside, Band from Midway with a late bid for Abel Lescano. They're close to home. Sweet Ginger, Hoppistry, and Band from Midway. 3-way photo finish. Mrs. K finished 4th. Sweet Ginger was joined late by Band from Midway, and Hoppistry was right there too.
Sweet Ginger, did she hang on here? She did all the work up front.
She did. I think she hung on as well. You're going to see a little late getting her right lead, but she got to her right lead before the 2 outside runners did, and I think that helped her hold on. Eventually, Band from Midway got over to her right lead. The 7-horse Hoppistry never did change leads, hung on that left lead, still came along gamely, but it looked to me like Sweet Ginger gutted it out in the final strides.
She did indeed. We'll have those prices for you coming up. We head back to Churchill Downs, 7/8 of a mile here in race 6. It's a $30,000 claiming race. They're all for sale for that price. Horses who've not won 2 lifetime. And again, it kicks off the late pick 5 sequence. Charlie Rude, the 2. Michael McCarthy, here is the current favorite.
Yeah, dropping in class, ran in the slop at Aqueduct last time. Has races fast enough at Churchill Downs. Maybe he just likes the surface.
Florent Giroux on board for the McCarthy barn. Big Java trained by Michael Lauer.
Yeah, has been running mostly in runner-up positions. 1 for 13 lifetime with 4 seconds.
24-1. This is Kilmori, first time on a dirt surface.
First time on the dirt. Will that make a big difference? Finally broke her maiden last time for 30.
Ms. Haley at 19-1. Brian Hernandez Jr.
Another one. Just feels like she's going to have to improve off of recent efforts.
Magda Massa won first time out in the slop.
Yeah, and another one just feels like she has to get faster on figures.
Azul Tequila at 16-1.
Actually, I thought she stayed on okay at Keeneland last time in a similar company.
Yeah, it was 3rd at this level, going 6 furlongs. The 8-ball gown. Dale Romans, Corey Lenery.
Turning back in distance and getting off of turf and or synthetic, so will the surface change help?
Proud foot finish just ahead of Azul Tequila last out.
Thought this was a major player. I like her drawn from the outside.
And contenders outside as well. The 10, L of the ball for Joe Sharp, and the 11, Twirling Patty for Tom Drury Jr.
Yeah, another one dropping in class, and one decent effort going 7 furlongs on debut at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, kind of hidden, sneaky form on dirt. It was the debut, 9 starts ago, but ran pretty good on dirt, and finally getting back to it as we approach the 2-minute mark to post. We're going to take a look at Charlie Rood back on November 9th. This was at Churchill, and it was a maiden claiming victory. Forward throughout, and then just dominates this group down the stretch.
Yeah, and a very strong effort, again, for a maiden tag. And usually when horses break their maiden for 50, I think they're worth about half that. I think Charlie Rood gets down to the level that's probably more appropriate. You get Florent Giroux back in the saddle, who was aboard for this lone victory for this horse. Certainly a major player.
All right, so that's your favorite, 9-5 here in the first leg of this late pick 5. Speaking of favorites, here's the likely Kentucky Derby favorite. That is the 2-year-old champion Forte, 6 for 7 in his career. For Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, Fountain of Youth Florida Derby winner as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, and a horse that got pretty wound up and pretty hot in Florida in both the Fountain of Youth and Florida Derby. You see he's a bit of a handful. Todd took control of this horse himself. And this is great to school these horses, get them more comfortable, get them settled in. They don't need to think every time they go to the paddock they're going to compete. And he looks like he's on edge here, but not boiling over. He's just at that simmering point.
And for you, was that a positive with him, that he was a little unsettled going into the last Florida Derby, throwing his head around on the gate and still was able to overcome it?
Well, I think it showed another dimension that he can overcome adversity, right? He didn't have an ideal trip, kind of in between horses, wide, and then the way he acted. Now, he trains at Palm Beach Downs, very sedate, quiet training center, about 45 minutes from Gulfstream Park. I think it's actually a benefit, the fact that he's been at Churchill Downs now for the last few weeks, settling into the routine at Churchill, the atmosphere at Churchill. I think even though it's a bigger crowd, obviously, in the Kentucky Derby, being in the place instead of having to ship from the sedate, quiet Palm Beach Downs to, Gulfstream Park is going to be a benefit for him. He's going to walk over his stall from the backstretch. Now, you see, he's a high-energy colt, but I don't think that it's going to hurt him as much as people think, because he's stabled there now.
Meanwhile, his stablemate had some questions of his own, and he seemed to answer the biggest question, really, last time out. There he is. Got out of the gate the cleanest he ever has. He'd been his worst known enemy getting out of the gate, but the bluegrass broke sharp, and he took another big move forward.
He did. He's still a horse that doesn't really want to handle kickback, and he's better when he gets outside, and he can use his stride being uninhibited by traffic. I've seen the most maturation of the 3 Todd Pletcher trainees from Tapit Trice. Even look at the way he's walking around. He's a son of Tapit. They have a tendency to run a little bit hot. Look how cool, calm, and collected he is. I think he's sitting on the race of his life.
Who to you, though, and Kingsbarns we're going to take a look at as well. He's undefeated. He's 3 for 3. He was put on the lead, this Todd Pletcher runner in that Louisiana Derby. Who has the best motor of the 3 Pletchers?
Well, I mean, Kingsbarns is the most versatile, and he can put himself in the game. If you're talking about stamina, I think Tapit Trice, to me, is going to have the most stamina. Forte is the most accomplished. I mean, he's got an interesting trio, right? They're all a little bit different. Kingsbarn has always shown that precocity. He's undefeated. He can put himself in the game. Tapit Trice has kind of had to figure the game out. But I'll go back to this. I think the biggest step forward I've seen is from Tapit Trice.
What a threesome to have heading into the Kentucky Derby. Anyone would love to have any one of those 3 horses. So that's a look at what Todd Pletcher will send to this year's Kentucky Derby, looking for the 3rd Derby win of his career. Super Saver, always dreaming, and perhaps one of these 3.
Well, he's coming in with a very, very strong hand, and all 3 are undefeated as 3-year-olds.
Pretty strong hand as we check in with Paul LaDuca, Jonathan Kinchin, as Todd Pletcher, guys, looks for a 3rd Kentucky Derby with this trio.
Yeah, he does. And now, Forte was schooling in the paddock yesterday. JK, man, It took two handlers to take care of him. He looked like he was ready to roll.
Well, look, I mean, we know what he's done on the racetrack. My biggest issue with Forte is his speed figure's not particularly fast, but he's won 4 grade 1s. So you got to kind of pick what you want to do here. Yeah. I think he's extremely live. I think Tapit Trice is live. I don't love that he drew down inside. He's kind of a big, grindy type of horse. He's going to have to kind of get lucky to work out a clean trip from in there. But I do feel very confident that Todd, Pletcher, or Brad Cox is going to win this Derby.
You guys make a good point over there about King Barnes is maybe the sort of the Rodney Dangerfield on Todd Pletcher. Okay, let's get to this race, JK. This starts the pick 5. Charlie Roode, we're both using the 2, the drop down from McCarthy.
Yeah, I used 2 horses in here, the 2 and the 10. I thought the 2 Charlie Ride, those drops. Michael McCarthy wins at a high percentage. I mean, he wins in this year. He's winning 19% of the time. He's an outstanding horseman. You talk about Todd Pletcher. Mike McCarthy worked for Todd Pletcher. He's a very Todd Pletcher-like in the way that he gets a good horse. He keeps a good horse good. And I just think he spots horses realistically as well. And I think Charlie Ride is probably where he should be.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that definitely she's the one to beat. And then the outside 3 fillies. I went to the 9, you went to the 10, and the public's kind of going to the 11.
Yeah, the 10 has some back dirt races, ran well on the synthetic from a speed figure standpoint. Last time looks to take another step forward for Joe Sharp.
So looks like Michael Dubb going to try to get a W on this Wednesday card. We're celebrating Secretariat, Wolfie.
One of the all-time greats, 50-year anniversary of that sweep of the Triple Crown. Charlie Roode inheriting that inside post. He is the one to beat for the McCarthy barn. That 2-horse with Florent Giroux. Travis Stone to kick off this late pick 5 from Churchill Downs.
Patty. And they're in the gate. And they're off. I love the ball. Bobble just a bit coming out of there. Ball gown was away okay as the field races up the chute and heads for the main track. And Magna Massa now from mid-pack emerging with a short lead. Ball gown right there. Ella the ball 3 wide, 4 wide. Twirling Patty right up and on the pace. The 4 of them stack up across the track. Charlie Roode is just in behind them racing 5th. Proudfoot comes away 6th while reserved. As will Tequila on the move up into 7th. Big Java's back in 8th. And Miss Haley's at the back of that first flight. 5 back to Komori the trailer. So down the backstretch run, Magna Massa joined outside by L of the ball. Ball gown smack dab between them. The opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. They round the far turn in a 3-ply battle. Twirling Patty perched out 4 wide and moving up now. Twirling Patty just a half a length behind. Azul Tequila launching a rally 2 and Proudfoot tries to find a seam. Charlie Roode is bottled up inside, has to find a way through. They're off the turn. L of the ball comes off the turn in front by 2. Here comes Proudfoot putting in a late run. Big Java down the center. Ball gown wanders to the rail. 1 furlong to go. Proudfoot's in front. Proudfoot the leader. L of the ball back into 2nd. They're coming down to the finish. Proudfoot opening up to the wire. Proudfoot by a length and a half in the end. Ball gown got 2nd. L of the ball was 3rd. Then it was either Charlie Roode or Miss Haley.
Back-to-back runner-up finishes at this condition for Proudfoot. 1 for 16 coming in. Picks up win number 2.
Yeah, it was setting along in traffic. Julian was able to angle her out, turning for home. She found her best stride and kicked on. And the 10-horse out of the ball did all the dirty work. Looked like she was going to hold on for 2nd. But here comes the 8-horse ball gown to nose out L of the ball. So maybe we're all going dancing.
Yeah, that's exactly you were. 9-8-10 finished. Proudfoot, Lindsay Schultz, Julian Leperoux, Whippoorwill Farm. 5-year-old mare with the victory there to start off this late pick 5 and an upset to begin the sequence. Tough one today in this pick 5.
Yeah, no doubt. But I thought this was actually a fairly logical result at a decent price. And I think Paul liked this one as well. So,
good call, Paulie. Yeah. Have those prices for you. When we come back from a timeout, we're going to take a look back to the end of the Oaklawn Park meet. What a meet it was for Last Samurai. We mic'd up owner Kevin Horton. We'll hear his reaction. of the Oaklawn handicap and Last Samurai's run in that narrow defeat when we come back.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, Julian Leperoux. For Lindsay Schultz, Whippoorwill Farm, 5-year-old mare by First Samurai, is now 2 for 17.
Yeah, really in the bridle, taking Julian through traffic there. He was able to angle out to the clear. She found her best stride, kicked on, nice, worked out a nice trip and a nice ride. And a big price, and a horse that looked like her form was a little dirtied up because it most recently, no, actually running well recently. I'm surprised she was that big a price. I was looking at the other horse that had just coming off of synthetic races, but either one of her last 2 efforts were good enough to win here.
$18 start to the late pick 5. 9, 8, 10.
Look at that exacta. $191 for 2. Of course, I had a 9-10.
Ouch. Let's move on to race 7. So close. More opportunities lie ahead, like this race here. 7.5 furlongs. First allowance condition race coming up. I thought this was an incredibly difficult race. Right now, Zip and Gigi is your favorite, a horse that wants to be forward for Paul McGee.
Yeah, stretching out to 7.5 furlongs. Kind of a tough distance, right? It's an elongated sprint, but this horse has won going 7 furlongs before, and even a mile and a 70 and off the turf for way back at Fairgrounds last year.
Incredible undercard coming up, obviously, on Oaks Day, Derby Day as well. We're going to talk about some of those races, including the Grade 2 Ali Sheba. Coming back is last year's Kentucky Derby winner. Going to make his 4-year-old debut. Rich Strike will be back in action. That's in race 5 on the Friday card on Oaks Day. Churchill Downs. We'll have that live on our program. 8 Bells, La Troyenne, Edgewood, and, of course, the Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. Also lining up in that Ali Sheba. More work for Last Samurai. It's one of the great stories of that meet at Oaklawn. Back-to-back graded stakes wins, and then a near miss trying to repeat in the Oaklawn handicap. We had owner Kevin Horton mic'd up for the entire race.
My dad, he's with me.
Charge it on the outside.
He's ready to get his head.
Currently, they're in the gate.
Get his head. He's going.
And they're on.
Good break. Good break. Good break.
Stiletto Boy had a good break on the inside. And as they come to the wire the first time, he and Classic Causeway share the lead with Churchill is out on the outside in third. Proxy is racing in fourth. Last Samurai is fifth on the inside.
What's the time? What's the time?
Half mile 47.3. And it's Stiletto Boy who went right to the front.
That's right where we want to be.
Away by a neck. And Classic Causeway, that multiple graded winner, right to the outside in second. Churchill is within range. He's racing in third. And now Proxy and Joel Rosario share the fourth spot with Last Samurai. Rosario is getting after Proxy. Last Samurai, Tristan Torres on the inside, racing fourth. Senor splitting horses. Proxy.
He's flat. Seems a little flat. Here he comes.
Away at the top of the stretch.
Here he comes, baby. Come on. Come on, Sammy.
Right on the inside.
Come on.
Trying to move.
Come on,
He
Sam.
broke the rail.
Come on, Sam.
Come
on, Sam.
Come on. Upper stretch. Meanwhile,
come on, Sam. Come on.
Coming on the front.
Come on, Sam.
Here comes Proxy.
Come on.
Proxy.
Come on,
Outside. He almost got there. He may have gotten there. Last Samurai was right with him. Stiletto Boy was third.
Come on, baby. Oh.
No, wait. Watch.
Oh, no. Oh, we got beat by hair. Oh, we got beat by, I think we got beat by hair.
Oh, no, man, there's a bob in there.
I don't know. Did you get squeezed or hit?
Yeah, and I had the whole rail.
Did you fire for it?
Huh?
You fired a quarry?
I think we beat him.
Huh?
I think
Did you throw an ejection?
Huh? Yeah.
Oh, good, okay. Yeah, okay. That knocked us out right there. See what? Right there.
Comes right over on us.
Right over our head, knocked us sideways.
Stewards have ruled there will be no change in the original.
What cost us the race?
That cost us the race.
Yeah, race stewards took a look at that race, and that was Last Samurai down on the inside. Things got awfully tight in there. Oh, so close, but take nothing away from this horse. He had an exceptional meet at Oaklawn.
Yeah, tremendous meet at Oaklawn, and he won the 2 preps leading up to the Oaklawn Park Handicap. I almost said Arkansas Derby, and it got tight, but he really didn't get bothered. He kind of, I think, shied a little bit, thinking he was going to brush the fence, Last Samurai, but he was very game to get through. And listen, give Proxy his due. Also, he came very wide with a relentless rally. He lost nothing in defeat. Now we're going to see him back on a quick turnaround, 10 days off a very hard effort.
This horse putting in, a lot of work. Do you think maybe to a horse that he's done some of his better running toward the outside, that he wants to be outside?
Yeah, but, he had to play the hand dealt him, right? He was drawn towards the inside. The rail was open. Christian Torres, leading rider at Oaklawn Park, he took his chances, and that's what you're going to do. To win big races, you have to take your chances. He didn't have an opportunity to get outside, even if he had wanted to. He lost nothing in defeat. He ran big. He got out-knotted, out-nosed. And listen, the third place finish, the Stiletto Boy, who put him in a little bit tight, was coming off a win in the Santa Anita Handicap. So the top 3 finishers are all accomplished horses.
Yeah. So he danced every big dance for older horses at that meet. Now he's right back. 14 days return here in the Alley Sheba. Going to face, as we mentioned, the Derby winner coming back for the first time as a 4-year-old. Art Collector is going to be in that race, who, of course, was the Pegasus World Cup Invitational winner. Some other big names, West Will Power, who just beat Art Collector. Take a look at the Kentucky Derby winner. We know he likes his racetrack. Haven't seen him since the Clark, the end of last year. And this is his defining moment.
The Kentucky Derby, where Sonny Leone contributed an incredible ride to help get it done, weaving his way through traffic from post 20. He found that trip one of the greatest Kentucky Derby rides in modern history, and a well-deserved, blanket of roses there. He got a lot of pace to run at, but obviously he loves Churchill Downs. He was beating a head in the Lucas Classic, and by the Clark last year, late in the fall, he might have just been over the top, right? He ran in the Breeders' Cup Classic and then wheels back in the Clark, and he just might have been a tired horse by that time. He comes back here fresh. He's not going to get the kind of pace, that he got in the Kentucky Derby, but he's a horse that's dangerous at Churchill Downs.
And you can say, well, he hasn't won since the Derby. He ran some very good races, and in fact, some faster figures than he even ran in the Kentucky Derby after that race. His Travers was sneaky good. Obviously, that Clark, or excuse me, the Lucas Classic against Hot Rod Charlie, tremendous race. It could have gone either way that day. So he's run some very credible efforts backing up what he did in the Derby.
Well, I think his Travers really underscored how good Epicenter was, particularly in the middle of the summer, and rightfully your 3-year-old champion with that Tour de Force in the Travers where he got the highest figure by a 3-year-old last year. And, you know, he ran well. He was beaten 5.5 lengths. And as far as I'm concerned, he was the best horse in the Lucas Classic. I just think an ill-advised move by Sonny Leone. As great as he rode him in the Derby, I thought he would like to have the Lucas Classic back. I thought he made a mistake engaging Hot Rod Charlie.
We're looking forward to it. Again, we're going to have live coverage. Grade 2 Ali Sheba. That is race 5 on the Oaks Day card. Hope you join us for it. We're going to get into the late pick 4 when we come back. 7th at Churchill next, 7.5 furlongs. First allowance condition race as the buzz already beginning. Derby week under the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. We'll be back.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold front put to the test. Mold Cash on the outside trying to go with it, but Cold front kicks away. Cold front 2.5. Cold front does it again. Firing the field of the Amsterdam.
Watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage from Horseshoe, Indianapolis, Churchill Downs as well. Kentucky Derby week. Take you out to Horseshoe Indy coming up right now in this state-bred allowance race, which we'll get to here. 5.5 furlong sprint. 1-2 favorite, Mig. Riley's Redemption taking all the money for the 3-year-old return.
In good form, but coming back off of a layoff with good works.
Here's a look at Dash of Simplicity, 9-1. Come back as well, 6-year-old mare. The 2, Who's Your Premium?
Who's Your Premium? Another one coming back off of a decent win, but not since last November.
12-1 here, Tiz Abbey, who has been on synthetic of late.
Yeah, and the dirt races leave a little bit to be desired.
Her Way, 5-1, coming off back-to-back wins. This will be the 4-year-old debut.
Another one that has not run since November, but these are Indiana bred, so they had a break for a while.
And much bigger figures from this comebacker than for the 4, Riley's Redemption.
Yeah, and this is a horse that ran big on debut, so you know she can run well off the bench.
13-1, this is Chelsea's Strength, trained by Jeff Greenhill, coming off of victory.
Yeah, it was defeated by Her Way back November 15th last year, so they're both coming back out of the same race.
And a filly who's been in the money in 7 of 8. This is Aneda to the outside.
Yeah, I mean, she 1 win, 2 seconds, 4 thirds, but Honest Hickory shows up. She also, again, comes out of that race with Her Way.
Yeah, Her Way, she was just beaten by Her Way by just a half length last time out. She actually had the lead in the stretch. See if she comes back. You know, a lot of questions. Who's going to come back better as a 3, 4, even 5-year-old? Some of these runners in this group. We'll find out. Pick 3 you can play in this third at Horseshoe Indy. We have the pick 4 coming up at Churchill Downs. You can play with Naira Bets. Take advantage of that $200 sign-up bonus. That free Derby play with the code Derby25 at NairaBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So 3 to 5 on Riley's Redemption in here. Back-to-back figures she ran, 62 buyer speed figures, which are better really than anybody in this group. But is she going to take, that was as a 2-year-old as well. Those are pretty decent figures for a 2-year-old filly to come back, and if she can move forward, probably warranted that she's 3 to 5, but we'll see.
Yeah, the one question I have is, I mean, the last 2 works were very good, right? 48, basically 12 seconds to every 1/8 of a mile, and then a 47, fastest work of 38, but only 3 published works coming into this. So that's a little bit of a question where the 7, Anita, she's got a much steadier work tab, right? She has at least 5 works on the tab there. Her Way's got 5 works on the tab there. Now, that doesn't mean she wasn't working on a farm or someplace else, but it is something to look at, right, when you're taking a horse at a short price.
But you look at those last 2 works, even though it's just 3 on the page, and it looks like we don't know how she did it, obviously. We just see times, and second quickest to 59, quickest to 38, a bullet. But you have to assume she's pretty sharp coming in.
Yeah, especially that 47, that bullet. When we say bullet, for people that don't know, there's that little black mark next to the work that denotes that it was the fastest work at that distance on the day.
3 to 5 favoritism. On the 5 here, Riley's Redemption, Deshaun Parker for Antonio Duran. She ended her 2-year-old campaign with a victory, and this is her 3-year-old debut coming up, taking on older company in this spot. But she is the heavy favorite to win off the bench. John Dooley with the call. Here's the 3rd Horseshoe Indy.
Chelsea Strength. Malcolm Franklin riding for a double. Gold Diggin' Devil and Speed Ginger, our first 2 winners. One more, Simi Bermudez with Anita. The daughter of lead to complete the line for this filly's mare sprint. All set. And they're off. Hoosier Premium hopped in the air at the start, drifts back to last. Riley's Redemption rockets out. There's Riley's Redemption, who's taken the early lead for Deshaun Parker, crosses and clears Her Way, and Anita's right there too. It's a break of 3 more to Chelsea Strength, who's running in 4th. After hopping in the air at the start, Hoosier Premium, the black silk, steered to the far outside for her bid at the 3.5. Then toward the rail, Dash of Simplicity, blue with the orange sleeves and cap, running second to last. Beaten for speed at 23 to 1. Tiz Abbey trails as they round the far turn. The opening quarter in 22.86 seconds, coming toward the quarter pole. It's Riley's Redemption, tackled on the outside by Anita, who's coming with her bid now for Simi Bermudez. Anita and Riley's Redemption as these fillies mares straighten away. Chelsea Strength on the far outside. Her Way, the gray with the rail. They're coming down toward the last furlong. Riley's Redemption finding with the rail. On the outside is Anita toward the rail. Her Way now a clear 3rd from Chelsea Strength. Dash of Simplicity is 5th. They're close to home. It's Riley's Redemption. The daughter of the Factor wins her 3-year-old seasonal bow. Riley's Redemption by 2 gets the result from Anita. Her Way 3rd and Chelsea Strength finished 4th.
3-year-old debut coming back off the bench. Riley's Redemption able to get the win here, 5-7-4 finish.
And Riley's Redemption fired out of the gate, took the lead, was hooked hard by Anita from the outside, but Deshaun Parker, such a cool customer, saving a little bit of horse for the drive. And the youngster of the group, the 3-year-old filly, Riley's Redemption, was able to draw clear and hold on gamely, giving Deshaun Parker his 6,111th victory.
A lot of W's.
It's a lot of wins.
Get to Churchill down, 7.5 furlong distance. We don't see this one a lot. First allowance condition race coming up. And you see that board, several ways to go in this race ahead. It's Patient Capital, the 6th, the current favorite, who we'll get to. Bad to the bones, Belmont, Ortiz Jr., and the 4-year-old debut for this gelding.
Kind of getting the complete makeover. First-time Mott, first-time gelding, first-time Lasix, turning back in distance.
Zip and Gigi is the 2 here. A horse who is forward, 4-time winner with 4 seconds.
Yeah, horse has speed going 6, 7.5. Got to think forward.
Here's Anchor. Rafael Bejarano rides for Phil Bauer.
Best races at Churchill Downs, but 1 victory, 4 seconds. Looks sharp on the racetrack.
One of them was at 7 furlongs, just missed against Santa Cruiser at this level. Here's the 4, Tim Tal, horse who went gate to wire last start.
Yeah, it took him 10 starts to break his maiden, but impressive last time for maiden 100,000.
I thought this was a player in here. Spartan Army, Dallas Stewart.
Well, off the last race, definitely a player and has run a big figure at Churchill Downs as well.
Patient Capital was the favorite. Now the slight second choice, another one that could be forward.
Yeah, should be forward. Has run well going a mile, 7.5, just a little bit short, hybrid distance here.
Biggest price on the board, American Icon.
Yeah, but this horse has actually got a couple of decent enough races at Churchill to nibble at it.
And this one certainly has races of late that make him a player. Tyler Gaffleone for Greg Foley.
Well drawn outside, long run down the backstretch gives Tyler Gaffleone an opportunity to get into the race the right way.
Now, there's a few that want to be forward in here. One of them is Zip and Gigi. There's a 4-time winner we mentioned. Face grazed the boy back on March 22nd at Fairgrounds and had the lead in the stretch, backed up to second, but boy would get the win. Grazed the boy was another 2 lengths back.
You know, look at the fractions, though, you know, at Churchill Downs. I mean, at Fairgrounds, 21-4, 45-2. They're not going to have to go nearly that fast here. Drawn inside, Brian Hernandez, a rider that is just so good at finding forward position. Can he stay the 7.5? Well, has won previously going 1.70 miles last February, 22nd of 2022 in and off the turfer.
With more on this race, it's going to kick off this late pick 4 on this Wednesday card. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale and Jonathan Ginchin.
And Greg, we'll kind of start where you just left off, beginning with number 2 in here, JK, Zip and Gigi. We were talking about 7.5 furlongs, such a strange distance. I'm like, dude, just make up your mind. 7 or a mile is fine.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know why they just do 7 or the mile, but whatever. We're here for it. I think Zipping Gigi, it looks like the last race was his best race, and I think he could run that race here today. I think he could win. The question is the pace. Is he going to get loose? Is he going to have pressure? It feels like he's going to get a little bit of pressure, but sometimes in those situations, I kind of like the speed of the speed.
Yeah, I hear you, but I do have doubts about him really seeing out this 7.5 furlong distance. A horse that I feel like just getting bet here on connections is number 1, Bad to the Bones. Let's face it, his only race that he won was an off-the-turf maiden at Delaware in the slop. And yeah, he's got Belmont now, but he goes from Grand Motion, so pretty much a lateral move, and Arad Ortiz is in the iron, so that's going to drive down your price. Now, he gets Lasix and he is a gelding. He looks as though he's incredibly fit, but he also looks as though he needs to strengthen up a bit overall, and I feel like this is just a jumping off point for him.
And he doesn't have a ton of speed, being drawn down towards the inside for a horse that hasn't had a ton of early speed in his previous races. He's going to probably get shuffled back a little bit. He's probably going to get some kickback. Not an ideal spot.
I am always up against it when I come to a track I don't frequent often, but there is one in horse here I know pretty well, and that's number 6, Patient Capital, having run most of the winter at Aqueduct. JK, he's usually one that's really on his toes, a bit tough to saddle. He was quiet as a church mouse today, so I don't know how to read that. He has done a lot of infrequent racing as of late. Is he kind of just a tired horse?
Well, I tell you, it could work in his favor and it could not, right? Like, the pace in here could be honest. So if he is a little quiet away from there, then maybe he'll kind of take himself out of that early pace that could be contentious. But also, to your point, is it could be kind of a negative sign that he's not really his normal amped up self. I guess we won't know for another 4.5 minutes, but I will say this. I didn't really love his last race. Yeah. I thought that he got not a comfortable lead, but he did make the front end and just kind of turned it away going 7. How is he? What trip is he going to get in here going 7.5 where he's going to run much better?
Right, and he's going to be like chasing the pace of Zip and Gigi, at least projected from what we see here when you look at those Timeform US pace figures. Let's talk about 2 horses that really caught my attention in the paddock and out on the track. I feel like you can never count out Dallas Stewart, especially at a price when you're building up to a big day, whether it's a big day or a big race. I love the appearance of Spartan Army. I know he only has 2 races that make him competitive here, but I think he should like the 7.5 distance because he kind of has just relentless type of grinding run to him.
Yeah, and I'll tell you the last race too, going the 6th, he was wide all the way around there. So, you know, I don't think that he was wide enough to make up the furlong and a half the difference here, but it does say that he will, you know, he will run on, to your point. We've been talking about the pace, so he's going to have the pace to close into, and I feel like Dallas kind of points for this meet, right? I think, you know, you'll see him show up in other spots and run races, but I think that, you know, I think he wants to win races here for his owners, and especially on a big week like this when it's Derby week.
Now, a horse that comes out of the Zip and Gigi race the last time out, and Zip and Gigi's gotten the better of number 8, Graze the Boy, in their last 2 meetings together, but could the distance of the 7.5 be the great equalizer? Graze the Boy is this big, strapping son of Midnight Loot, Unbridled Song on the bottom. It shows in the way that he looks physically because he's taller, he's got a lot of scope to him, and I just think that speaks of a horse that should like a little more ground to work with. He's one, too, that had a bit of trouble last time.
Yeah, he did have trouble last time. When you look at Graze the Boy, you look at his 2 kind of route races. You know, first time when he was 3, it didn't work out well, but he got a pretty long break after that. So a lot of times I think that the bad performance is what led to the break. Something was probably not right. Then he comes back and tries it on the turf. Well, he's clearly not a turf horse, so you can't really come to any conclusions that he necessarily doesn't want to run longer. He's drawn on the outside, and like we said when we were talking about Dallas's horse, the 5, there is going to be some pace for him to close into.
Greg, I feel like there's so many horses that could win this race. It's really kind of wide open, but holding strong 3-1 on Zip and Gigi. Can he take them all the way?
Yeah, we'll find out. Certainly wants to be forward. He's drawn inside the other speed here. You got Tim Tal, the 4, that has shown quickness, Mig. You got Patient Capital, who last time showed speed as well. Who do you think is the quick of the quick?
I think Zip and Gigi's the quickest of the quick, but I don't think he's getting any free ride on the front end. And it's just such a odd hybrid distance. I agree with Maggie. You should give me 7/8 or give me a mile. Now, at Hollywood Park before it closed, they had 7.5 furlong races, but that's as far as the chute went. That was as long as they could go. One turn was 7.5 furlongs. Used to back up to the Starbucks over there. I could have ordered a caramel macchiato while I waited to get loaded in the gate.
Take it along with you on your mount. Did you find those races, were they a little difficult to try and figure out?
They were, because you wind up getting a sprint pace, and it's not quite a sprint, and it's not quite a route. It's that hybrid. It's just a little bit of an odd distance.
Brian Hernandez Jr. usually delivers the right ride. We'll see what he does here on Zip and Gigi, the 2, who does have that quickness and has that 6 furlong quickness as well. Travis Stone, the call start of this late pick 4 on Derby week from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate, and they're off. American Icon stumbled coming out of there. Zip and Gigi from that inside post, and Patient Capital is there as well, and Spartan Army is sent on for speed between them as they race up the chute and head for the main track. And it's Patient Capital on the far outside, Zip and Gigi at the rail, Tim Tal between them, those 3 scrimmaging for the lead, with Anchor coming on from the outside to grab 4th. Bad to the Bones advancing up into 5th, Spartan Army is back into 6th, Graze the Boy 7th by 3, and American Icon is the trailer down the backstretch run. The opening quarter goes in 22-2. Zip and Gigi and Tim Tal, these 2 knocking heads past the half-mile pole. Patient Capital backed off for a little bit there, but is still tracking them 3 wide while 3rd. Bad to the Bones is 4th and just in behind the lead with 3 furlongs to go. Anchor sent up on the far outside. Anchor's up into 4th now, going past Bad to the Bones, who's crying out for running room. Graze the Boys on the scene with a wide sweeping move, and Spartan Army's going to cut the corner past the quarter pole. They're off the turn. Patient Capital, short lead. Zip and Gigi right there. Anchor fights on. Graze the Boy coming down the center. 1 furlong to go, and Bad to the Bones finds a seam, and Spartan Army comes up the rail. 1 furlong to go. Graze the Boy takes the lead right at the 8th pole. Anchor's back into 2nd. Patient Capital and Bad to the Bone. They're coming down to the finish, and it will be Graze the Boy bounding clear to win it by 2.5. Height for second there, Bad to the Bones, or Anchor. Patient Capital was fourth.
Graze the boy, able to turn the tables on Zip and Gigi, who was the one in front. That horse backed up. This horse has now won 2 of his last 4.
Well, again, look at the fractions of this race. 22-2, basically 44-4, 10 flat, going 7.5 rounds.
That's quick.
Very, very swift, contested pace. Graze the boy gets an absolutely flawless ride from Tyler Gaffalione, comes storming down the center track. Tyler, such a dominant force in Kentucky. Big run from the one, Bad to the Bone, who was held up in traffic and then kind of came one pace with that big Arrogate stride. Might have been better if he would have been able to get free a little sooner, but I think he was second best to a very good Graze the Boy and a terrific ride from Tyler Gaffalione.
8-1-3 finish. Greg Foley, winning trainer. He's got Bango, one of the top sprinters in the country, coming back later this week. Still to come, one of the best marathon dirt horses in the game, Lone Rock. Can he get back to the winner's circle in our feature, the Isaac Murphy, coming up?
Unified, a 3-time graded stakes winner by leading sire Candy Ride, defeating multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Your Biscuits in the Gulfstream Park Sprint, and second in the Grade 1 Carter by a nose. With multiple stakes winners in his first crop, including Roger McQueen and Unified Report. Unified, a proven winner on the track, a proven stallion in the making.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Kentucky Derby week at Churchill Downs. Tyler Gaffalione on Graze the Boy with an outside run for trainer Greg Foley, owned by Terry Stevens. Son of Midnight Luke gets the second win of his career.
Nice trip, patient ride, good handling. Tyler Gaffalione, so good at Churchill Downs and delivers Graze the Boy at the perfect time, and it was a very contested pace. You know, we said, and you could see Zip and Gigi. He was just rubber-legged by the 8th pole. Too far for him, particularly with those fast fractions, but that late run storming down the center of the track, such a strong finisher, Tyler.
He'll be on verifying for Brad Cox in this year's Kentucky Derby. Just missed to tap at Trice in that bluegrass in his final Derby audition.
He's already a classic winning rider, winning the Preakness with the War of Will, right? So just a guy that is prepared, works hard, and loves his job.
And, yeah, we see him in Kentucky regularly dominate. Really kind of owns that circuit right now, and we'll see what he can do on verifying coming up this Saturday, see if he's able to get his first ever Kentucky Derby win. So Graze the Boy, another slight upset in this pick 5, so 2 legs in, yet not a favorite to win so far. And we have coming up next Lone Rock. We're going to see in an Isaac Murphy Marathon, second start back of his 8-year-old campaign.
Yeah, and listen, this is just such a splendid horse, a true marathoner, right? You know, 5 for 8 at the distance with 2 seconds and a third. And I think he can take a step forward off his comeback race at Oaklawn. So hard to get a horse ready off of workouts to go 1.5 miles. Didn't break particularly well. And he's a horse that's a galloper, meaning Lone Rock wants to be involved. He's not going to give you a kick. He's going to stay. He's one pace. His stamina is his strength.
All right, we'll get to that feature coming up in a moment. Right now, it's back to the 7th and Maggie Wolfendale.
Here with winning rider Tyler Gaffalione. And Tyler, Gray's the boy. You'd been on him early in his career, but just looking at him, it felt like he was crying out for this kind of special distance of 7.5 furlongs, and you had him poised and ready.
Oh, most definitely. You know, when I got him early in his career, he was a big, undeveloped young horse. Just took he needed a lot of experience running, but you know, he put it all together today. I definitely think the extra distance helped him. Coming out 3/4 last time, he finished strong, and today a little more distance, we got the job done.
As usual here at Churchill, you have a long week and hopefully a prosperous one, but lining up with Verifying in this year's Kentucky Derby. You were aboard him last time in what was a hard-fought second-place finish in the Bluegrass. Tyler, what do you see from him in the Derby? What is your ideal trip from that more inside post?
You know, drawing from the inside post, most people look at it as a negative. I kind of like it. The horses around me don't have as much speed. My horse breaks alertly. He should be able to put us in a good spot, and he's been training incredibly, so we're really excited.
He looks great out in the racetrack in the morning, but one that has the opposite draw is your Kentucky Oaks ride, and that's pretty mischievous. Tyler, she kind of hit the lead early for her, and so Brendan Walsh opted to put the blinkers on. Talk a little bit what you're looking for. Is it kind of when you think you have to move, count to 5 and then go?
Most definitely. You know, early on, she's kind of always had a tendency to wait on horses when she makes the lead. We've been trying to work on her to get her to finish the job, but you know, she gets there so easy, and she just kind of loses interest. But hopefully the blinkers help her, and we have a good target in front of us.
Well, Tyler, best of luck with them, and congrats here.
Thanks so much.
All right, Tyler Gaffalione lining up for a big weekend, and both those horses, Greg, looking tremendous in the mornings too.
Inside post for the Kentucky Derby, far outside post for the Kentucky Oaks, but two that look like they are both contenders in the Oaks and the Derby.
Definitely contenders. I like the blinkers going on pretty mischievous. She definitely has a tendency to lose her focus when she hits the front. I think she'll be well placed. Tyler rides Churchill down so well. And listen, Verifying ran tremendous in the Bluegrass, and maybe he takes a step forward.
We'll see. It seems the more I go through that race, a lot of runner. Jonathan seems pretty content. It's going to be either Todd Pletcher or Brad Cox. They have the strongest hands, no doubt. I'm not sure I'm ready to say that.
No, I mean, listen, you know my top selection right now is Angel of Empire. And the post positions did nothing to dissuade my opinion. I like the long, sustained run he made in the Arkansas Derby, and I think he's, even though it doesn't look like a tremendous amount of pace in this Derby, a 20-horse field with a long run to the first turn, we will have ample enough pace.
Gray's the boy, Tyler Gaffalione, Greg Foley, again, Terry Stevens, your winning connections. Here are the prices, $12 plus for the win. And a dead heat for second, by the way. 8, 1, and 3 dead heat for second. And the 6 checking in 4th.
And bad to the bones, held up in traffic, finished well. Anchor, another second frame. That's 5 seconds now. Horse that just kind of likes to run on, but maybe not necessarily pass horses so much.
Feature coming up next, named after arguably the greatest rider of all time in this game, and the first rider inducted into the Hall of Fame. The great Isaac Murphy, 3-time Kentucky Derby winner, who by his own account won 44% of the races he rode in. We'll have more on the man and the race when we come back.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
We're here at African Cemetery number 2. It's a historical landmark for the city of Lexington, really the state of Kentucky. But not only are there tremendous amounts of equestrian horsemen buried here, but you also have Buffalo Soldiers and very prominent African-American class people in terms of doctors, lawyers, attorneys, and dentists. Most importantly and most notably is Oliver Lewis, who as a 19-year-old African-American jockey will ever be remembered as the first Kentucky Derby winner in 1875. Then followed by James Soup Perkins. He won the Kentucky Derby at age 15. And then lastly, the great Isaac Murphy. Isaac was a 3-time Kentucky Derby winner, 1884, 1890, and 1891. He rode in 11 Kentucky Derbies. He was able to really bring people together. You know, white and black alike flocked to the track to see this man and all his glory. And Isaac's 44% winning percentage will probably not be eclipsed. Isaac was really able to, you know, communicate with the horse through his hands and his warm personality. We just felt like there needed to be representation in terms of the African-American contributions to horse racing. We formed a nonprofit, the Project to Preserve African-American Turf History, with the goal of an ongoing running project that really paid homage to this forgotten past. We created the Isaac Murphy Image Awards to honor or to recognize prominent African-Americans in business, education, entertainment, and sports. And we wanted to do that by bringing them to the Kentucky Derby, learning a little bit of history, and what better way to recognize them with an esteemed Isaac Murphy Image Award. The overall mission of PATH is that we wanted to find ways that we could integrate the history into the equine industry and really have some outreach and outgrowth in terms of setting the next generation up in terms of learning about this forgotten past. I think it's, you know, when we really get down to the nuts and bolts of it, this story gives us a lesson in terms of diversity and inclusion that I think is very relevant today. It provides us with a blueprint to really amplify that message and that story nationwide, especially in times like this. Horse racing in its earliest days set the foundation for a sporting culture that far exceeded anyone's expectation. And I think, you know, if we can get the sport back to where its days of glory and its prominence, but more importantly, its impact on diversity and inclusion, I think everyone wins in that situation.
Isaac Murphy, one of the first greats in this game. As I said earlier, going to break, by his own account, he won about 44% of the races he rode in. A lot of the official numbers, they don't have all the races he ran in, but by official accounts, and they know they're missing some, he won at least 34%. And back then, the Derby wasn't even the big race. The big race back then was actually the American Derby. He won 4 runnings of that.
Yeah, the Kentucky Derby was still like in its infancy, if you will, right? And Colonel Matt Wynn developing into what it's become, the spectacle of American racing. But Isaac Murphy, only rider to win the Kentucky Derby, the Kentucky Oaks, and the Clark Handicap in the same year to this day. And he was in the first class of Hall of Fame inductees with the names of like Earl Sandy, Todd Sloan. And he dead heated in a match race at Sheepshead Bay where I grew up with Salvatore and Tenney. He rode Salvatore and Snapper Garrison rode Tenney, and they went into the Hall of Fame in the same class, the inaugural class. Brilliant, just absolutely brilliant. And next time I get to Lexington, I need to go visit that graveyard and just pay tribute to some of the all-time greats in our sport.
Rarely used a riding crop, was an exceptional, just strong finisher, but was known as just having incredible instincts and phenomenal judge of pace as well as a rider.
And that innate ability to get along with horses, and that's something that shouldn't be discounted. A rider could have all the physical tools, see the race, but they have to be able to communicate and get along with the animal. That's what makes being a rider such an unusual athletic endeavor. You have a different kind of dance partner.
Yeah. This year's edition of the Isaac Murphy Marathon Overnight, it is next. It's a feature on this Wednesday card, 1.5 miles on the main track. And Lone Rock, we know him. He was one of the great, probably the dominant dirt marathon runner last about 1.5 years or so. He's not as good top of the game as he once was. He's still very good, though, in his comeback race. Didn't break all that great. Was second, beat a length to a horse he's got to face again in here named Calibrate.
Yeah, just interesting. You see these horses that relish these marathon distances.
Horse to beat, though, is a horse named Next, who, look at the last 2 starts he's put together. 1.5 miles. It was meant for the grass. He came off. And then this race at Keeneland at 1 mile and 5/8. He's won those 2 races by more than 24 lengths combined.
And look at the way his buyer figures leapfrogged anything else he ever did before. I mean, it's obvious that he's just a big galloping horse that wants to continue and run all day. He's out of, by a stallion, it's by Giant's Causeway. Out of a mare that's by Awesome Again. It's like stamina on top of stamina. And he just jumps out to the lead, much like Lone Rock, and just kind of keeps galloping. Unusual. These are throwback kind of horses, and I love this because I think stamina is so important in thoroughbreds, and it's something we've gotten away from more and more in our industry.
Yeah, well, will we get better from Lone Rock today, and can he break better today from that inside post?
I think he'll have shaken off the ring rust. He spent the winter in Ocala with Carl Keegan's Lucan Bloodstock. Carl, communicated with him and said, what a classy, cool individual. It was just so much fun to be around him all winter.
Here's the one we just showed you who's really blossomed since they've had him going longer on dirt. This is Next. He's going to try and win 3 in a row. This is his 5-year-old return to the races. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Yeah, and those were blowout performances, Greg. It seemed like he really found his niche when they got to these longer distances with Next. I don't know this horse. I saw him a little bit at Keeneland, and honestly, he looks much the same. So great conditioning, very fit, like what I'm seeing from Next. The problem is that he's done his best racing while forward, and albeit he went through some relatively quick fractions in that Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance Stakes, but you can't dismiss Lone Rock for the fact that he's likely to be forward here, Greg. And he does look a bit more fit, having that one race in the Temperance Hill under his belt. But the front wraps go on here for this Isaac Murphy.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 8-5 favorite Next, trying to win his comeback as a 5-year-old as we go to Horseshoe Indy. This race was meant for the grass. They are off the turf all day today. 6-5 favorite Spycraft from the inside. John Dooley, the call.
Those drills were...
They're off, racing 5 furlongs. Spycraft in the yellow silks. There goes Smokin' Richie. Quickly set alight by E.T. Baird. So it's Smokin' Richie and Spycraft both making their 6-year-old seasonal bows as Tripulante and the orange cap starts the bid. And Jova has dropped back to last at the 3.5. It's Smokin' Richie who leads the way here for E.T. Baird. Fernando de la Cruz and Tripulante setting off in pursuit of Smokin' Richie, but now with inside 3 furlongs to go. For Deshaun Parker, Spycraft is running in third, and with Manny Esquivel, Jova's bid is on the far outside as they come past the quarter pole. It's Smokin' Richie. Smokin' Richie spins them in for looming up Tripulante. Jova in the blue blinkers charging hard on the outside. And toward the rail is Spycraft, who needs to lift in the final furlong. Tripulante runs at Smokin' Richie. Jova charging hard on the outside as they come past the 16th. It's now down to Tripulante and Jova. Smokin' Richie, Spycraft fourth. Tripulante to win it from Jova. Then Smokin' Richie and Spycraft.
Tripulante. Tony Granite's trains, Fernando de la Cruz in the irons, and back-to-back wins for this 4-year-old. All right, we'll get those prices coming up in a bit. Coming onto the track here for the main event, this Isaac Murphy Marathon Overnight 1.5 mile main track. And next, we'll see last in the post parade, you would think, if they stay in order, coming back for his 5-year-old return. They just found what this horse finally wants to do, going long on the dirt, and maybe they found it by accident with the race coming off the turf.
Yeah, well, he just absolutely galloped in that Cape Henlopen and came back and showed that was no fluke, but he's got to go 1.5 miles off a layoff now.
He does indeed. Lone Rock, his second start back of his 8-year-old campaign, more than $1.4 million in earnings.
He had a chance to get a race under his belt, moving forward fitness-wise, shake off the ring rust, gets his favorite rider in Ramon Vasquez here.
Decision maker at 11-1, Florent Giroux.
Trying this marathon distance for the first time. He's been a deep closer going shorter.
Calibrate, he beat Lone Rock and Warrant last time out.
He did, but he had recency, right? He already had 3 starts before that race. Will Lone Rock take a step forward?
Man, and win the last race, Tyler Gaffalione on the 5, Red Run for Mike Maker.
Another one trying this marathon distance for the first time. Probably can lay up a little closer now.
Here's Warrant for Brad Cox, who went by.
Another one that's a little bit more of a speed type, right?
And next, 5-year-old debut coming up, trying to win his 3rd in a row.
He's a 2 for 2 at these marathon distances, 1 for 1 at the 1.5 miles, but he is coming off a layoff, training on synthetic. Will he be fit enough to get the 1.5 miles as well as he can if he was 100% fit?
He's got that outside post. He's shown in the last couple of starts, too, both wins, he doesn't have to have the lead to win.
But he likes to be forward. He's a galloper. He's going to stay, right? You got to play to a horse's strength. His strength is being able to grind on.
Well, let's take a look at the Temperance Hill at Oaklawn. It was back on April 2nd. Calibrate, Lone Rock, Warrant, 1, 2, 3 finishers all coming back to meet here again. It was Lone Rock's 8-year-old return to the races. He would wind up second. Calibrate would pick up his 2nd win in a row.
Yeah, and again, with more recency and obviously showing that penchant for the 1.5 mile distance, I thought Lone Rock fought. You know, he came out to him to try to meet the challenge. Just got outgamed a little bit late, but could take another step forward off of that effort.
Lone Rock, those hot pick silks of Flying P Stable, Randy Hill, and we'll see if he can break better. Yeah, that certainly would go a long way to helping what he wants to do and get into a good rhythm early on. This was in last year's edition of this race. It was a wet track, and he was a dominant winner.
Yeah, he was. And again, employing that style. He can lay up close, doesn't need the lead, but keeps grinding, just keeps coming at you. I love these kind of horses. You know, they show up. They bring their lunch pail. They go to work. They're blue collar, but as a blue collar horse, he's earned over $1.4 million. Had the winter off in good hands with good horse people at Lucan. Now Jay Provenzano, Randy Hill have him back now as an 8-year-old. I'm a big fan of the horse. I'm not going to even try to hide it.
I'd love to see him come back and, you know, win, lose, or draw, just run a big race again, because he's been such a fun horse in this sort of dirt marathon division, and you'd love to see him still be one of the big names going forward as you take a look at him here at 5-2. How's he look to you?
He looks great. I think he looks as good as I've seen him previous. And, you know, he's an 8-year-old, right? So people say, well, maybe you're going to lose a step. Usually these horses that run marathon distances, they're able to hold their form into their later years because they're not being asked to dig in and throw you a 22-quarter. They're just being asked to continue to gallop at a high pace.
He was the star of this division for a while. This is his 2nd start back of his 8-year-old campaign. As we go to Maggie and JK.
And Lone Rock, JK, last time it seemed as though there was a little bit of ring rust when they sprung the latch to the gate because he broke outwardly. It was just untidy. So we saw Warrant assume the lead. What are you looking for from him from this inside position today?
You know, I kind of like that he's down there because I think Lone Rock is better if they go faster because I think that kind of that's his advantage, stamina, right? So if they're going fast, they're going to get tired and he's not. I think last time he broke, like you said, he broke a little bit slow. He kind of sat off of Warrant. Warrant got a little bit brave, and then the ring rust kind of came into effect. I think that the faster they go, the better for Lone Rock, and I'm just not ready to give up on my old friend.
I hear you. He's so cool, and I've seen him throughout his career. I got to see him last time. He looked like he needed a race. I don't love the fact that those front wraps go on here, JK. I'll be honest with you, but otherwise it looks like the good Lone Rock from that flesh standpoint. As we'll take a look at the horse who upset the field last time out in that Temperance Hill. Paulie and I were there, and we were both like, holy moly, look at this horse. They couldn't pull him up. I mean, he galloped out by 10 in front of that field, and to go 1.5 miles and still be able to do that, he even bucked Francisco Arrieta off when they were bringing him into the infield winner's circle. He was full of beans. So the fact that he had so much energy after that, maybe he's another one. They've really found out what he wants to do.
Yeah, well, the good thing I'll say is that, you know, look, I question the performance. I mean, like, it's one of those deals where you kind of like, hey, you got to kind of show me again. Right. At 30-1, you showed up and did you're the best thing you've ever done in your entire career. I need you to kind of prove it to me. But even if you do want to accept that it was a really good performance, it kind of allows me to think that you know, that Lone Rock didn't run that poorly. He wasn't that far behind this horse. He was coming in off of a long break. And like you mentioned, you think that he looks better now than he did then, so there's a lot of things pointing in that direction.
And to Calibrate, he's one that does get a little hot in the paddock. He did it here again, but I really liked his warm-up, and Francisco does know him, so he got a nice solo warm-up. Just a big galloping son of Distorted Humor, whom I've liked his progeny going longer. Let's talk a little Warrant. you know, he kind of gets lucky sometimes, and he finds the right field to beat, but it just still feels like he's a cut below these horses. I will say he actually looks a bit better than when I saw him at Churchill, or excuse me, at Oaklawn. Just a little bit more flesh, a little stronger looking.
You know, to me, Warrant is one of those horses where, and I don't think I don't feel the same way about Lone Rock and Next, but Warrant's one of those horses where, like, he's not really fast enough and competitive enough at the stakes level going 9 furlongs. They had to kind of stretch him out to go longer, but even going longer, he's not really getting there. If you look at his last 4 chances going 12 or 10, he's not getting there. I just don't think he's quite good enough if the real Next and or the real Lone Rock show up.
Right, it just kind of feels like he's had his chances, and we're just kind of tired of seeing the Warrant act. But no doubt about it, there's a Warrant in there that can win here. But 3-2 on Next, who toppled the group in that Thoroughbred Aftercare alliance, and he's the one who owns at these. If you isolate his 2 races, he's the one who owns the fastest figures coming in here. But the layoff, does that concern you?
Yeah, I mean, the layoff's always an issue, you know, with these horses, especially going this long distance. You know, Next kind of reminds me of Lone Rock. While the rest of them are kind of ended up being distance horses because they couldn't do anything else. Yeah. Next is a distance horse because he's a darn distance horse. And he's doing it really, really fast. Very impressive. Both of those performances were outstanding. He could kind of be the next Lone Rock if maybe Lone Rock is ready to move on and stop racing. But I'm like I said, I'm going to hold on one more chance for my old friend Lone Rock.
I love the loyalty. What about the pace here? Who goes, Lone Rock or Next?
Well, I mean, I think that Lone Rock will send away from there. But I would imagine that Next just feels a little bit faster from a pace figure standpoint. Maybe he'll let Next go. I'd like to see Lone Rock just lead him all the way around there. And send him away from there and hold that position. And when he gets run at by a horse like Next, engage Next, and let's see who the real stamina horse is.
Yeah, I will say that Next is acting a bit sharper of the 2, at least out on the racetrack, Greg. But this is a fascinating Isaac Murphy. Can Lone Rock resume his position on top of this marathon division?
Yeah, we're going to find out, and you know, we should mention briefly as we remind you about the Belmont Stakes, 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown for the first time ever. Will be seen live on Big Fox Saturday, June 10th. Perhaps we'll have a Triple Crown on the line. Talking about pace, will it be Lone Rock? Will it be Next? Well, if you have that inside position, that first turn comes up quick, you would think you want to take advantage.
Very short run to the first of 3 turns here, going 1.5 miles.
Back with you on our Wednesday coverage and loading up for the 5th at Horseshoe Indianapolis, a maiden special weight that was scheduled for the grass. They're off the lawn today, so mile on the main track. And this maiden special weight, favoritism to the 6, More Than Glory, who had been on turf, synthetic, and now gets dirt for the first time.
Good competitive race off the turf, and we'll see who handles the mile distance on the dirt best.
John Dooley with the call here, race 5 from Horseshoe Indy.
with the win on the card. Abel Escano with Dot Marie. At 1 mile and 70 yards. One more, Simri Bermudez with the Verrazano filling a star for Cora. Fast track, they're in the gate. And they're off. Even start. There's Robin Sage, black with the white dots. Say Sayonara with the rail. Here's Mischief Lily, who comes with an early bid, and Peter Pam also quick to join as they line up at the first turn. It's toward the inside. Robin Sage, who's come away in front for Farron Peterson with 7 furlongs to run. In front of Peter Pam, who's gained second with toward the inside. Mischief Lily running in third. Vogelsang is now in fourth. Toward the inside is More Than Glory. In fifth, upon settling, it's a break of a length and a half to Say Sayonara with the ramp, who's pressing on now for Deshaun Parker in the shadow of the half-mile pole. Vogelsang with Mischief Lily saving ground in fourth. Jane Elliott and More Than Glory in fifth, and 4 lengths off these leaders as they go past the half-mile pole. It's a break of 3 more to Dot Marie with wide a star for Cora and the newcomer Say Sayonara. They come toward the quarter pole, and there goes More Than Glory as these maiden 3-year-old fillies come toward the top of the stretch. It's More Than Glory, swept past them. More Than Glory leads for home from Vogelsang. Dot Marie looks to a gain on the front outside. Peter Pam toward the inside, and dropping back after her early efforts was Robin Sage. They come down toward the final furlong. More Than Glory is a 5-length leader inside the final half furlong with Mischief Lily, who's boxing on. Dot Marie toward the inside is Robin Sage close to home. It's More Than Glory, Jane Elliott for Brendan Walsh. More Than Glory won by just about 5.5 from Mischief Lily. Then Vogelsang on the wire with Dot Marie, and Robin Sage held the rail.
More Than Glory, third time the charm, first time on dirt with the win for the Brendan Walsh barn. 3-year-old filly by More Than Ready. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, the Mamzelle from Churchill Downs. There's 1 of 2 for Wesley Ward. That 4 in the background, Lady Hollywood, won 3 in a row over in Europe. Their state's debut, ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, just missed last out.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Digs down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
As they head to the back stretch, it's a tight pack.
He's going to pull ahead. The Twin Spires expert picks were all optimistic.
You've got the best speed rating in the field. Don't fail me now.
Man, I love this horse's name.
And from far behind, here comes Frank. It's neck and neck. Frank is winning. Frank wins!
No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. Get your money back if your horse finishes second or third in eligible races.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 13th with a new 1240 first post. The stakes are higher at the Jersey Shore, as every Saturday and Sunday card will feature at least one stakes event all season long. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as the co-feature, the Mamzelle Stakes, assembled here in the paddock. Riders up. Let's talk about one of the 2 Wesley Ward horses in here. That was the first time out. Very speedy, number 8. Shoot Out the Lights. Well, she looks very speedy, as one would expect. Out and out turf sprinter. Though watching that race, it almost as if she was still a little bit green. You know, she kind of held her head high. She just seemed a little bit unsure. Well, she also seemed unsure when she walked into the paddock here. And I still don't know if she's fully fit for the sake of facing stakes company and winners for the first time. So I think she's dangerous, but I'm not totally in love with her. One that I do like in here is number 5, Dance Macabre, as she is a graded stakes winner, albeit going the 2-turn mile off the bench at Gulfstream Park, but I think she's built more like a sprinter. That was a product of her being forwardly placed and able to kind of control things on the front end. I like what I'm seeing from this one, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Here they come. Post Parade coming up as we approach the 5-minute mark to post. In this Mamzelle, 2-1 favoritism. It is the other Wesley Ward runner. He's got the top 2 choices on the board right now, the 4 and the 8, who's now your top choice. Shoot Out the Lights, who has just that one start. Would need to get a little bit quicker here, but certainly when you run that as quick as she did first time out, there's room to move forward.
Absolutely. Although Wesley tends to have his horses cranked up to run big first time.
So, wow, down to 2-1 on Shoot Out the Lights. Debut came at Gulfstream. Rad Ortiz Jr. will be there. We start with Anna's Arabesque. Florent Giroux for Phil Bauer.
Closed well, but that was in a maiden race after some early trouble. She's going to have to get a lot faster to be competitive here.
Yeah, still a maiden here. Start number 2. This is Sassy Nature, who has a lot of speed.
A lot of speed was coming out of the same race. The Limestone wasn't badly beaten.
Lady Hollywood, John Velasquez for Wesley Ward.
I thought she had a perfect trip last time. Looked like she was on her way to victory before being caught by another Wesley Ward and Love Reigns.
This one intriguing, cutting back in distance, Dance Macabre.
Yeah, and was also beaten by Love Reigns up in Saratoga last year. They see that name in some form.
BG Warrior getting on turf for the first time.
Trying turf for the first time and has some speed.
Another one getting on turf for the first time, Peacock Lass.
By American Farrell, we've seen a good turf influence there.
Here's the favorite, the other Wesley Ward, who won the debut. This is start number 2.
She was so rapid on debut. She should be forward, if not on the lead.
20-4 opening quarter. Incredible. My Sweet Affair, Louis Saez for George Weaver.
This is who I like. She wasn't that far off of the Lady Hollywood, and I thought had a little bit of traffic trouble.
And American Apple, don't count her out. She's 9-1 right now. She ran a big effort defeat against Lady Hollywood last start.
Yeah, and she's versatile. Doesn't need the lead. Can find a trip, can stalk from the outside, and has that race to kind of shake off the ring rust. Too big a price at 9-1.
So let's look at Lady Hollywood, the 4, in her 3-year-old debut back on April 14th. She'd wind up second, beat a half length. My Sweet Affair would finish right behind her.
My Sweet Affair early on, not that she got shuffled back, but had to kind of tap on the brakes and then had to, fall back and go to the outside. Now you're going to see Love Reigns, who gets completely stymied in traffic. Johnny Velasquez is poised on the outside, hasn't asked his filly for anything at this point. Now he asks her, and Lady Hollywood, and looks like the race is over. Now Love Reigns comes that traffic trouble, is able to split horses late, and at the same time, My Sweet Affair is getting to her with a less than perfect trip than Lady Hollywood had. So I'm leaning towards My Sweet Affair. Maybe the 8 Shoot Out the Lights is just too good, but out of the horses coming out of the same race, the 4 Lady Hollywood or the 9 My Sweet Affair, I'll go with My Sweet Affair, who I thought had subtle excuses in the Limestone.
Yeah, that was her off a maiden win in her debut, we should add, for My Sweet Affair. So first time against winners was in stakes company as well. The other Wesley Ward filly, Shoot Out the Lights, a racer where she went longer on the grass and won. She'll cut back in distance today. Let's go back to Paul LaDuca, Maggie Wolfendale for more.
Well, Paul, it's an interesting matchup here. I think everybody going and gravitating towards the Wesley Ward-trained Shoot the Lights Out. But let's talk about his more experienced runner in here, Lady Hollywood, one of 4 that comes all out of the Limestone Stakes. And look, I like what I saw. She ran huge last time. If anything, she was just second best to the very talented Love Reigns.
Yeah, she's got a bad post position. When you're 11-11 in the turf sprint, it's really tough. And, she's a kind of horse that's a different kind of horse for Wesley. Now, he's only had her for 1 start. I would think she's going to break a lot sharper today, but he's got the other speed. So does he have the speed and the late punch in here with the 8 in here?
That's what it feels like. He's very, very dangerous in this spot. But let's talk about a horse that could give shoot the lights out, a little bit of trouble in the front end. Number 3, Sassy Nature. Paul, I don't know what you thought about her trip last time in the limestone. She broke on top, but it was a tentative ride where there wasn't much aggression shown.
Yeah, you know, listen, Calibred here, and a lot of people don't really. Louis Mendez is very good with 2-year-olds. This is what he does. He won a couple of races at Keeneland. He's one of the few guys that can compete with Mr. Baffert over there when they roll the 2-year-olds out in California. Jack Sisterson had this horse on the turf. Wire-to-wire wins very, very quick. So you make a great point, Maggie. Is the 8 going to be able to match the 3 early in this race? Because if that does happen, it's going to make it opens up the race to a lot of other runners.
And I thought she looked tremendous, like coat, flesh, loved her walk. She made a great impression on me, and she currently sits at 9-1. Talking about some others that come out of that limestone, My Sweet Affair, she did not have the cleanest of trips last time.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, you get Luis Saez and Irad Ortiz goes to the 8, but yeah, you know, her first win from the 11 hole at Gulfstream Park, I thought that was ultra impressive. She broke and sort of was 3 wide the way around the racetrack. She won, and then like you said last time, the break just cost her. So, like, you know, we were talking about if it does turn into speed, I think the 9 gets the first jump, and we were talking about the 10 at 9-1. Not really in love at maybe a win candidate, but this horse could hit the board, definitely.
She's a graded stakes winner. She was the upset winner of our matron last year, grade 3 sprinting on the turf at Aqueduct, the Belmont meeting. And last time I thought she was caught very wide turning in. It was her first start as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, it was. And, you know, Danielle Leach's done a good job. You go back and you look when she won the matron, she won at 43-1. She had beaten Twirled the time before that. Twirled came back and win by 9 lengths. So her company lines were, you thought they were light, but she's run a couple races that can compete with these. I just don't know if she could beat the 2 Wesley Wards, but I think you got a horse you can use underneath.
She did look incredibly fit, second off the bench. I wish she carried more conditioning, but that's kind of been her. The one thing I can say where she's done well from 2 to 3, she's far more mentally mature. So shoot out the lights. Do you like her as a favorite?
Yes, I do, and the reason why is this horse was so impressive, and Wesley was at Keeneland the whole time. Then he got this horse into Keeneland. Now I think Wesley's gotten his hands on the 8, and I think this horse might put on a show today.
All right, 2-1 here, Greg. Shoot out the lights. Can she remain undefeated in the Mamzelle?
We are about to find out. We're going to find out, too, how lightning quick she is. She potentially is the quickest of the quick in this group.
Isn't racing great? We go from 1.5 miles on the dirt to 5.5 furlongs on the turf, the long and the short of it, and they should be blazing and shoot out the lights. She showed such good speed on debut. You got to think we're going to see that again.
All right, Ortiz Jr. back aboard. He was on for that debut back on April 2nd at Gulfstream. Tough test jumping into these deep waters against much more seasoned runners. But with the talent she showed, you would think she is up to the task, especially from that barn. Mamzelle, here we go. 5.5 on the lawn. Travis Stone, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Mamzelle. And American Apple on the far outside broke well. Sassy Nature's looking for the lead. Shoot out the lights is there too. So too My Sweet Affair. Down the backstretch run. Shoot out the lights to go head to head with Sassy Nature. These two speed off together. My Sweet Affair's racing third. Danse Macabre on the move from 4th. Lady Hollywood toward the inside 5th. BG Warrior 6th. American Apple in 7th. 5 back to Inez Arabesque. And Peacock last a trailer. Far turn run. Sassy Nature's in front, but it's a short lead. Shoot out the lights is poised in second. Danse Macabre's trying to come through toward the inside. Narrow opening there, but she punches through to challenge for the top spot. They're off the turn. Danse Macabre cut the corner. Danse Macabre's in front off the turn. Shoot out the lights is set down for the drive. My Sweet Affair is there. American Apple, BG Warriors in behind. Lady Hollywood toward the rail. Furlong to go. Danse Macabre clear by 2. Here comes American Apple and My Sweet Affair. And on the far outside, Inez Arabesque, but they're all chasing Danse Macabre to the wire. And Busquetza with a real skimming ride to do it. American Apple was second and Inez Arabesque was third.
Danse Macabre cutting back in distance, and now a 3-time winner sprinting on the grass.
The decisive move by Adam Beschizza on the 5, Dance Macabre. When the hole presented itself, the 3, Sassy Nature, was trying so hard to bear out to the right. And Edwin Maldonado was doing everything he could to keep her straight. And the 8 horse stopped. They got into a duel. But that decisive thrust inside of horses around the turn got it done. Nice run from American Apple, who was caught wide, just outposted and unlucky. But turf racing's about trips, and you can't get a much better trip than Dance Macabre did, and give the filly a lot of credit to win by daylight in a turf sprint.
4th win overall on the lawn in 6 starts, 3rd win sprinting. And now back-to-back victories, going a mile, and now going 5.5. Let's go to Maggie.
Dance Macabre here with winning trainer Kelsey Danner, and Kelsey, back-to-back wins now as a 3-year-old, different distances too. We were just talking though, Adam Beschizza fits her like a glove.
Yeah, he has a lot of confidence with her. I mean, in the paddock, he was confident that he would win, no question asked. He rode her like she was the best horse, so fit out, it worked well. So,
what distance is she best at?
Probably 3/4.
Come to New York.
27th.
Boom, we've already got a recruitment here. Well, Kelsey, massive congratulations. I love the fact that she's gone on from 2 to 3 as well.
Yeah, she did. She stepped up. She didn't really get any taller, but she still has heart and runs a race every time. So,
well, congratulations. Tremendous job, and look forward to seeing you at Belmont.
Okay, thank you.
There we go. I'm doing the Naira job of recruiting horses. Kelsey already had her lined up to ship up to New York.
Be nice to see her here, 5:10.19 here in this Mamzelle. And Dance Macabre, versatile, mile winner last time out, wins at 5.5, has won at 6.5 as well.
Never been off the board now. 7 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds, a third, has won as far as a mile, and now as short as 5.5. And you gotta love her, how brave she is, how versatile she is. What just a pretty daughter of Army Mule who shot the rail and kicked away.
7-1 winner in this Mamzelle. NBS Stable Elements Racing, winning owners, prices. When we come back, we have the nightcap still to come here on Derby Week from Churchill Downs.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races. Dance Macabre cutting back in distance and right back to the winner's circle, or winner's circle lead in from brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Fasig-Tipton Digital, the newest from the oldest. Learn more at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Dance Macabre, Kelsey Danner, Adam Beschizza, NBS Stable Elements Racing. Have a pretty talented filly who certainly knows how to find the winner's circle.
Yeah, and she sat the inside trip when the 3-horse started to try to bear out. You saw Adam Beschizza, no panic. Sassy Nature was trying to bear out on Edward Maldonado. He allowed her to slide up into the spot, and then he set her down, turned it for home. And this Daughter of Army Mule was good and resolute. Nice run from American Apple. Homebred for Katie Rich Farm, being by American Pharaoh. You know, listen, had a little bit of a wide trip, but that's the post position. Geraldo Corrales did a great job. Anna's Arabesque, the maiden, rallied on nicely to be stakes place now.
Yeah, how about that at 21-1. One more to come on our Wednesday action. Kentucky Derby week here at Churchill Downs. Going to close things out on this program with a 6-furlong sprint, $50,000 maiden claiming race, and quite a few ways to go in here. Right now, early favoritism to Dallas Stewart's Forever Cool, one of several dropping in class.
Yeah, takes a drop in class. Ran well last time at Keeneland. You get Louis Saez taking the reins here. Forever Cool. That's the guy to my right here. Forever Cool.
This guy's way more cool than I'll ever hope to be. You were cool in the saddle, too. That's why you're so successful. Westchester coming up over the weekend at Belmont. We're back to action. We open the meet tomorrow here in Elmont, New York. It was exciting for us just to come in here. We've been in Aqueduct, obviously, for a long, long time. But we always love making the shift to Belmont, all the history here. Friday, there's a look at the card, Sheepshead Bay and the Grade 3 Westchester. There'll be race 8 on the card. Loaded lineup on Saturday as well. A couple of graded stakes. As for the Westchester, 1 turn mile. And look who's back. Zandon returns. Bluegrass winner from last year on the Derby Trail for Chad Brown, making his 4-year-old return.
Zandon, such a talented 3-year-old, was just like a cut below the very, very best. But he was a horse that I also always thought would be better as a 4-year-old, just to fill out a little bit more. You know, again, a very, very game, kind of honest horse that showed up every time. And looking at the Jim Dandy, I mean, he ran terrific. He just wasn't able to beat Epicenter, who at that time kind of established his dominance of the 3-year-old division, then coming back with his tour de force in the Travers. But Zandon, again, not far off the absolute best of the division, and a horse that's honest, shows up, and I like the 1 turn mile for him coming back.
Yeah, and that Cigar Mile, the way he ended his 3-year-old campaign, Chad Brown felt maybe the wet track was a little bit why he didn't, because he came into that race extremely good. Doesn't want to run him again if he doesn't have to on a wet track. So hope for good weather coming up this weekend. Exciting to see what he can do as a 4-year-old, because as you said, you felt he could blossom, and he was right there as one of the top 3-year-olds last year.
You know, the thing that makes you believe that maybe he didn't handle the off-going in the Cigar Mile was he's a horse that always has a kick, and he ran very evenly in the Cigar Mile. He just never accelerated at all. Didn't run poorly, didn't give you his run. And that's usually when a horse doesn't have confidence in a surface or is just not handling the surface well. I'm excited to see him back as a 4, and I'm happy as a racing fan we're seeing him at 4, because I think you're going to see the bigger, stronger version of him.
Seems like he's going to be the class of this field, but you have his stablemate in here who just keeps winning and winning and winning. New York bred. He's won 6 in a row after he initially lost his debut. Quite a record he's putting together here now, 6 for 7 lifetime. Manny Franco will be aboard.
He has that knack for winning, that penchant for finding the wire, right? And being 6 for 7, the only blemish being his first start, which a lot of horses, and that was in the slop. He's shown ability to win in the mud since then. What I like is his last 3 races were won by half a length or less. So that tells me this is a horse that wants it. You get to crunch time, he is going to fight you for it. He wants to be the herd leader. I like horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking, show up, and he doesn't care. You punch me in the nose, I'm going to punch you right back. I like the fighter in him. And then, listen, there's other horses that are interesting. Rapo Rocks last time was trying to get out. That was a little bit out of character for him. Wayburn coming in off a big win at Gulfstream. Wayburn's going to be one of Jimmy Jerkins' last starters in North America before he leaves for his training job in Saudi Arabia. So, you know, sentimentally, I'm probably going to root for Jimmy Jerkins because I have
a lot of people will be.
Yeah, friendship, and the fact that he's leaving to take this job over in Saudi. It feels he'll be back. I'm certain of that. It just feels a little bit like an end of an era.
Yeah, and as for Rebel Rocks, this was a horse that for a couple of starts, moving to the Jamie Ness barn, looked like maybe this could be the best miler in the country. Certainly one of the best older horses in the country. Took a step backwards in the Grade 1 Carter when he wound up second behind Doppelganger. Expressman, who's going to line up here, was third in this race. But figure-wise, too, he's kind of gone backwards a little bit. I mean, that toboggan, that was out of this world. We haven't seen him return sort of to that figure.
No, we haven't seen that. That was other. But I will say what's problematic for me about him is how much he was trying to bear out in the Carter. Down the backstretch, he was basically on one rein. Andrew Wolfson rode him that day. Now he's going to get Ruben Silvera. And usually when a horse is trying to lug like that, when it's not something you normally see in their races, there's an issue. There's some reason for it. They don't just do things like that out of the blue for no reason. He did come back and work very sharply at Parks since then, so maybe whatever it was, they corrected it. But he did not look like a happy horse to me on Carter Day.
Some good storylines in that Westchester coming up on Friday. We will have live coverage. We hope you join us for it. We're going to go back to Horseshoe Indy right now. We have race 6. Up next is State-Bred Allowance race for non-winners at 2 lifetime. 5.5 furlong sprint. As you look at the board, Good Forever, the 7. Gennaro Garcia, lot of seconds showing up on the resume here. 4 times second in 6 starts. Makes you take pause. We start with the 1, though. Here's Hobnob in general.
Yeah, get a 10-pound apprentice aboard, for first start off the layoff here, breaking from the rail.
Gate to wire win for this one last out. He be ready.
Well, he was ready last time. Will he be ready off the bench?
Fierce Justice, 12-1 won the debut, and he's been in some tough company since.
Yeah, jumped right into State-Bred Stakes company right off of that. Will he find that debut form?
Macho Justice blinkers going on.
Blinkers going on for a horse off the layoff, should be fresh and has shown speed. Should be a part of the pace.
Here's One Way Ray, who was an 11-length winner in the slop.
Yeah, and sprinting. And then he tried long, went to the bench. I like him turning back, even though it's not a sloppy track.
There's the favorite, 6-5, Good Forever.
Good Forever is a good-looking son of a gun. The son of Forever de Oro, Indiana sire.
The 8, Aaron's Conquest, won first time out, then third against winners first try. Here's the 9, CJ Storm, cuts back in distance.
Yeah, has some recency, though. Has been running at Oaklawn Park, gets back with State-Breds.
18-1, Casper Justice.
Yeah, Casper Justice, the most heavily raced horse in this field, 1 for 14.
Long time off for Binge, who went by. I haven't seen him since June. And then here's Pickle Feet.
Pickle Feet, good name. Taking a lot of money, too, from the outside. Should work out a decent trip. Don't you think Binge is a bit too big of a price? 42-1 for a horse that's shown speed at times. I know it's for claiming, but at least he's quick.
Yeah, but now going to try and last. Against this level, that speed has not lasted near that long, has it?
This is true.
But you never know. Could get brave on the front end. Post time coming up for this 6th. You can play it all with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started, get that $25 free Derby bet. $200 sign-up bonus just in time for the first Saturday in May. With that code right there, new members punch in Derby25 and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. We're going to look ahead to some more Friday action. Grade 2 Sheepshead Bay, mile and 3/8 over the inner turf. And we're going to see some of the big boys go at it again here. Chad Brown, Christophe Clement Barnes.
Yeah, they're always well represented, especially in these filly and mare turf races.
And here's the lineup. Amazing Grace for Clement. One of 2 he'll send out. The rest of the field is Chad Brown.
Yeah, 2 Clements, 3 Chad Browns, and that's all she wrote.
Now the very one, it was won by Milady, Chad Brown, and Higher Truth, stablemate, was in second with a troubled trip.
Yeah, this is a filly that Group 1 placed in Germany, came to the EP Taylor last year to race as a 3-year-old, ran well. Comes back here now first start in the Chad Brown barn in the very one and gets it done, going a mile and 3 furlongs, and get Dylan Davis. Looks very formidable.
Some other faces from these barns. Amazing Grace, grade 3 Orchid. It was the state's debut for this 5-year-old mare. She went off as favorite, and she would get the win. Atomic Blonde would wind up at 3rd.
Yeah, Atomic Blonde kind of made the first run and maybe didn't quite stay, where Amazing Grace came with that last run with Joel Rosario. How often do we see that, right? That last run, threads his way through traffic, hands and heels. Out of the two, I think she's the one who genuinely wants all of the mile and 3/8 of the Sheepshead Bay. Will she get the same kind of trip? You know, she gets Kendrick Carmouche, tremendous ride, a little bit different style than Joel Rosario. Joel likes to hold one up and come with that last run. Kendrick, a little more of a positional type rider.
Yeah, some of these riders you see that don't usually get opportunities in a race like this. We're going to see on Friday with a lot of the big names out of town.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this race won last year by Virginia Joy, who's in this race, another Chad Brown runner. Last year picked up Trevor McCarthy, and it was running an absolute bog, and she was the only one that handled it. She went off by nearly 15 lengths.
It's race 4, Friday card, grade 2, Sheepshead Bay. Hope you join us for that coverage. Big one. 3rd and final leg, Triple Crown for the first time ever. You will see it live on Big Fox, potentially with a Triple Crown on the line. Saturday, June 10th, the Test of the Champion on Fox. We can't wait. We hope to see you there. And I had one of the great moments I've spent in this game watching a Triple Crown happen with you. In the winner's circle, watching American Pharaoh.
American Pharaoh. Now, I had been here for Seattle Slew in 77 and affirmed in 78. It hadn't happened in all those years. American Pharaoh, I was down in the winner's circle with you and my son Joseph. And when he won it, I was actually quite emotional because, you know, I remember coming here in 77 with my father, and there I am now with my son, how many years later, seeing a Triple Crown winner. Pretty heady stuff.
And then I had to fight through the throngs of media to try and get to Bob Baffert after that victory.
How'd you do?
Oh, I held my own, but it was it was not easy. 6th here at Horseshoe Indy, loading up. 8-5 favorite. It is Good Forever. 3-year-old debut coming up. We talked about all those seconds. 4 of them in 6 starts. Just missed at this condition last time out. Still a lot to like. But can't he overcome that second-itis here? John Dooley with the call. Race 6, Horseshoe Indy.
CJ Storm coming up. Manny Esquivel, Fierce Justice drew 3, went in okay. Casper Justice, Fernando de la Cruz on the Wednesday scoreboard. Good Forever and Pickle Feet, co-8-5 favorites. Santiago Gonzalez with Macho Justice. Binge, Malcolm Franklin with the win on the card. Joe Ramos, One Way Ray. So stand by at 5.5 furlongs. Simmer Bermudez, partners Pickle Feet. Now 6-5 favorite, Pickle Feet. They're all in line. And they're off. Good Forever broke sharp toward the inside. There's Fierce Justice with an early bid. Macho Justice right there too. He'd be ready in the green cap from the rail, and One Way Ray is also close. CJ Storm fanned wide for the run to the half-mile pole. It's Fierce Justice, Macho Justice, One Way Ray across the track. Good Forever is right there too as CJ Storm as they stack up at the 3.5. In the meantime, Pickle Feet is in the 6th path as they charge to 3 furlongs from home. And then looking to gain toward the inside, held up there is Hobnob in General. Binge is in the clear as they round the far turn. Dropping back both Macho Justice and Fierce Justice after showing early speed. Aaron's Conquest on the far outside. Deeper out, Casper Justice. The quarter was 22.97 seconds. Here come the Hoosiers. And it's Pickle Feet charging at CJ Storm. Good Forever's maybe just in front. 1 furlong to go. It's Good Forever toward the rail. CJ Storm, Pickle Feet in the red cap and sleeves. Hobnob in General. Aaron's Conquest finishing fast up the rail now for McKenna Anderson. Aaron's Conquest. Aaron's Conquest to get and beat Good Forever. Pickle Feet, Hobnob in General, and then CJ Storm.
Aaron's Conquest hugging that fence up the rail for the win, and the 3-year-old debut, not 2 for 3 in his career. Prices when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. Could this be the year that an international wins the Kentucky Derby? Japan been dominant on the international stage. Is a Derby in their immediate future? We'll take a look at Derma Sotogake when we come back.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
As Japan leads the way to the top of the stretch, Derma Sotogake under a hand ride here. Coming down to the 8th pole in control. Dura Arede is second. Then comes Continuar in third. But it is Derma Sotogake and a confident Christophe Lemaire pouring it on late. Derma Sotogake, an impressive winner of the UAE Derby, winning it easily here by 5 or 6 lengths under the wire.
This horse intriguing for a few reasons. Usually we just sort of summarily dismiss a UAE Derby winner. This horse won so easily, got such a big figure doing it, and the way Japan has dominated on the international stage makes him very interesting.
Japan has really found the formula for international success, and they're doing it on all surfaces all over the world. And this horse is good, and he's well drawn, and he's versatile. He has enough speed to make his own trip. He's been a buzz horse during the training at Churchill Downs, and we got to the bottom of the meaning of his name, Derma Sotogake. Sotogake is a sumo wrestling move, and the owner's a dermatologist who puts Derma in front of all of the horses' names. He was a little bit headstrong, throwing his head about. One of the ways they train the Japanese horses, Greg, is to settle early. They want him to go slow early. You can see his mouth open a little bit, fighting for the bit. Then they let them finish, and they fly home. Look at the way he visibly accelerates here, giving a little bit of rein. I mean, he's just cutting a rug this last 1/8 of a mile. He flew through the last part of this work after trying to go very slow early. Hence, that's why he was throwing his head, fighting his rider a little bit rank, but he really picked it up in a big way.
Impressive work, and how about this? Look at his pedigree. Mind your biscuits, colt. How about that?
Wow. Listen, they've had such a good eye for bringing stallions there. Obviously, Sunday Silence. 80% of all current graded stakes winners descend from Sunday Silence in Japan. That's unbelievable. And then they kind of pinpointed, focused in on Mind Your Biscuits and got him over there. Kind of interesting.
Post 17 for Derma Sotogake. Christophe Lemaire will ride. And he got one of... That was an incredibly fast UAE Derby. And keep in mind, too, UAE Derby, mile and 3/16.
I don't think stamina is going to be an issue with this horse whatsoever.
Doesn't seem like it off that performance. Post parade for the nightcap at Churchill. Here's rate confirmation, a horse who drops in class.
And you get Tyler Gaffleone on the drop from the inside. He's got to work out a trip.
Power Alley, blinkers go on for Grant Forster.
Great. Raylu Gutierrez, breakout year for him, leading rider at Fairgrounds.
In for a tag for the first time forever, Cool Dallas Stewart.
Significant drop in class to maiden allowance here with Louis Saez.
Golden Rain, big price in New Gelding.
New Gelding, first-time Lasix, kind of the complete makeover.
And for tag for the first time as well. There's some things to like about that horse. Broken Hearted, 9-1.
Another one taking that drop in class.
Rivoli at 5-1. This horse was just second at this condition at Keeneland.
Yeah, it was claimed for 30 on a synthetic, showed up for 50, and ran well at this level.
9's interesting to me. Blinkers on, New Gelding, speed and fade against Better last out.
Yeah, he was quick at Del Mar over the summer, and he gets the complete makeover.
Irad Ortiz Jr. on Eddie M at 9-2.
Yeah, it just really took a step backwards after not a very good beginning on debut.
Yeah, it didn't take much money first couple of starts, didn't show up, but Irad shows up. Papa DL, the 11, another Grant Forster runner who drops in class, and then a first-time starter outside.
Yeah, Keith Desormeaux so good at getting horses ready, so good at buying young talent for not a lot of money and winning on the big stage.
2 minutes to post, finale on this Wednesday card. Let's go to Maggie and Paul.
And guys, we see number 4 in here at 2-1, Forever Cool. Just possesses the best numbers in here, Paulie, as he does take the drop in class. And 2, you and I were just talking about it. It felt like at this spring meet at Keeneland, you wanted to have speed. You wanted to be forward. So I think, putting the blinkers on, they're going to try to do that. But 2, last time he may have been up against it.
Yeah, I think he was up against it. And I think a lot of people also looked, okay, he got left in his first start, and then he draws the dreaded 1 hole in his second start. And he got left again. He needs to get out of the gate. He did show some speed after he got left last time. So if he does get out of the gate, obviously with Louis Saez on in the blinkers, he's going to be forwardly placed.
He seemed like a little quirky, too, because he was kind of running with his head up and caught to the side. So he does put just a shortcut cheater blinker, but I'm hoping that focuses him a little bit more. He just seemed distracted.
The one thing that's good about it, though, Dallas owns this horse, so he places his horse where he wants to place. Exactly. He could have gone a little bit lower. He goes to 50, so I think that's a good sign.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, number 7, Rivoli, he's another one that had to chase a gate-to-wire winner last time out, and he has the figures that fit here. I thought he looked fine in the preliminary so far.
Yeah, a lot of people hate to go in and claim out of the Brad Cox barn, but if you look, I think this horse completely changed when they put blinkers on. Brad put blinkers on the horse. The horse ran a little bit better. Ethan kept the blinkers on. The horse ran a nice little second next time out at Keeneland, basically at this level. So, yeah, I mean, one of the players in there at 5-1, and one of the horses you probably need to use in your tries and supers.
A horse that I initially dismissed in the paddock. I thought he looked small and just kind of unassuming. Then, when they tacked him up, number 3, Power Alley, he just, blew up. It looked like he grew a hand. And then out on the racetrack with Raylu Gutierrez aboard, he just is making a great impression. Again, one I don't love on form, does add a shortcut cheater blinker today.
Him and the 4, they're kind of similar. They both had a little bit of gate issues. Now, Power Alley was in some restricted maiden special weight. What I mean by that, horses that were sold for $50,000 or less, where Forever Cool was running against Open Company. They both weren't really, close to either or, but the 3 or the 4, the gate is going to be their enemy. So if both of them, or if one of them gets out of the gate, I think they're both major players.
You could say the same for number 10, Eddie M. He hasn't really gotten out of the gate in his 2 efforts, and he's kind of the elephant in the room. Brendan Walsh's horses seem to be running here in this infant Churchill Downs meet. Now, you have to question, Was it a bleeding issue? Given the time off, it almost kind of feels that way. So he gets Lasix here. He looks incredibly fit coming back to the races, and he's one that drops in class.
He comes out of the best races by far. Lugan Knight was a runner for Michael McCarthy that they were very, very high on. That actually Bo attendant is actually training, coming back, and then lost to Bromley. So, you know, this horse comes out of 2 loaded races, but you're right, hasn't been seen since November. Is he fit enough? And then the 12 on the outside's taking a little money. Moon Over Montgomery, one of my favorite country songs.
Can you serenade? You've been known to do it, Paulie.
Well, I have been, but I like the old school. When Alan Jackson covered it, I like the Alan Jackson version.
I feel you. I feel you. But talking about Moon Over Montgomery, the horse, Ransom the Moon, we don't see many of them. They kind of seem like they want to run longer. Tis now on the bottom, feels like longer. Look, Keith DeSormo, his horses always make an excellent impression.
Yeah, they do.
But he just looks like he needs a race. Honestly, he doesn't look that fit, but he's taking nibbles at 12-1.
Yeah, he's taking nibbles. I think because everybody, you look in this race, you can maybe put like, okay, the 3 and the 4 got gate issues. The 10 didn't even register a buyer. So I think maybe people are gravitating. Maybe a first-time starter can win this race.
We'll see. Can he pop from the outside, Greg?
Well, we're about to find out. You know, back to the 4 Forever Cool, and they brought it up. Issues with this horse out of the gate first 2 starts.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, David Cohen rode Forever Cool first 2 starts for Dallas Stewart, owner-trainer. Winds up on that first-time starter, Moon Over Montgomery for Calumet Farm, Keith DeSormo. Now, you don't know if they wanted to make a change, go to someone else. I know when I was riding a horse for a guy. Went to the barn, he said, I got to take you off. The owner wants to make a change. Okay, I left. I got in the car. I looked. He was the owner. The trainer was the owner. So I called him up. He said, you're right. The owner wanted to make a change. So.
Wow. Here we go. Nightcap on this Wednesday card. Travis Stone, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Forever Cool was off last, bounced to field a couple of lengths. Air Kenny's coming out for the lead. Eddie M broke near the top as well. Rivoli was up close but backs off as Power Alley comes through toward the rail with rate confirmation. Down the backstretch run, and it's Air Kenny heading over to the rail to show the way. Eddie M is prompting second, rate confirmation. Third, Power Alley. Fourth, Golden Rain right there fifth. Rivoli on the outside 6. Moon Over Montgomery's racing up into 7th. Broken Hearted is 8th. Papa DL's in 9th. And it is a dozen lengths back to Forever Cool, the 9-5 favorite, completely outrun so far. 3 furlongs from the wire. And there's room at the rail for rate confirmation, and Tyler Gaffleone sends him on through. Rate confirmation up for a short lead. Eddie M is right there. These two head-to-head. Forever Cool was 12 lengths behind earlier and has burst on the scene down the center. They're off the turn. Rate confirmation, shoulder to shoulder with Eddie M. Forever Cool's now third and closing in. Now just 3 lengths behind, but there's a furlong to go. It's Eddie M short lead. Rate confirmation fights on. Forever Cool's now 2 lengths behind. Here comes the wire. Eddie M. Eddie M got it. Forever Cool from nowhere, but has to settle for second. Rate confirmation and Rivoli.
Irad Ortiz Jr. on the board for Brendan Walsh. Eddie M dropping down in class, the win.
Big form reversal here. Turned it around in a big way. Eddie M getting Lasix for the first time. Was always poised. Got it done. Farfellow Farm owner, breeder of this son of Spikestown. What about the effort from your favorite, the 4 Forever Cool? He absolutely walked out of the gate, was in another county down the backstretch, and suddenly appeared. He made up all that ground around the turn. Take nothing away from Eddie M. Big effort from him, but wow, Forever Cool. If he could ever put it together leaving the gate.
Little bit even worse probably than Tapit Trice, but he was his own worst enemy. Yeah, if he can figure things out, he's scary. Tapit Trice figured it out. We'll see if this horse can. Exciting Wednesday as we get closer and closer to that first Saturday in May. We are back tomorrow. FS2 start time, 12:30 Eastern. We hope to see you then on FS2 as our coverage continues on Kentucky Derby Week. Under the Twin Spires from Churchill Downs, it was Warrant exacting a little revenge, turning the tables on Calibrate and Lone Rock from when they met last time. Brad Cox, Flavien Pratt, Horse who was grade 1 placed out on the West Coast. And Dance Macabre cutting back in distance in the Mamzelle. Adam Beschizza on board for Kelsey Danner. Won it a mile last time out. 5.5 furlongs today. Now 4 for 6 on the turf. We'll see you tomorrow at 12:30.